friendly competitions, leisurely evenings,
and places to bond with man's best friend.
We create space for celebration, relaxation, and artistic expression.
You can learn to serve a ball or learn to serve a meal.
Take a walk on a path or walk the plank.
We've got beautiful settings, space to show off our history.
We have room to roam, to roll, or to run.
We allow for the silly, the serious, the cool.
We offer countless ways to work on your health.
We keep our youth safe and teach them to keep others safe.
We challenge people to want to challenge themselves.
We foster creativity, guide athletes, hone passions.
We allow for little minds to dream.
And we'll keep doing what we do each day.
Because we know that for our community,
arts make life better.
You still texting?
I gotta let daycare know that I'm running late. They charge if you're late. And I'm not usually one of those people to text and drive, and I was almost done with my text when that car came out of nowhere.
You still buried in oncoming traffic. And that text message, it never got through.
One text or call could wreck it all.
Santa Rosa, out there in the middle of everything.
You still texting?
Is this a real morgue?
Yep.
Shut up. Like with real dead people. Ooh, I gotta text Ashley.
Ashley identified you when you wrapped your car around that light pole, because you was caring more about that thing than the road.
I knew she liked me.
Not anymore.
No text message is worth a life.
Over 90 miles of creeks run through Santa Rosa. Runoff from streets, roofs, and parking lots end up in our creeks through the storm drain system. To help protect creeks, keep your street gutters and roadside ditches clear of trash and other pollutants. For more information on the benefits of our creeks and tips on how to enjoy them, visit the Stormwater and Creeks webpage.
still texting?
Busy. Where we at?
County morgue?
Not on my schedule.
You scheduled it when you T-boned that minivan and sent 2 people to the hospital. Guess you was paying more attention to that thing than the road.
Making sure my wife picks up my suit.
Sounds like a text message that just couldn't wait.
Texting and driving. A killer combination.
Santa Rosa, out there in the middle of everything. Santa Rosa, out there in the middle of everything.
In recreation and parks, the days begin when the sun rises. Most of our workspaces don't have 4 walls or a desk, but there's a lot to be done to get this place up and running. It takes a big team to cover so much ground. Each space is unique, requiring its own special method of care and service. And it's of utmost importance to see that it happens each day, because our workspace is your leisure space. And it includes 950 acres of Santa Rosa. It's the parks, the trees, the fields, the trails, special gathering places, community spaces, and it belongs to everyone.
We work for our community,
striving to improve quality of life.
We provide family experiences, friendly competitions, leisurely evenings,
and places to bond with man's best friend.
We create space for celebration, relaxation, and artistic expression.
You can learn to serve a ball or learn to serve a meal.
Take a walk on a path or walk the plank.
We've got beautiful settings, space to show off our history.
We have room to roam, to roll, or to run.
We allow for the silly, the serious, the cool.
We offer countless ways to work on your health.
We keep our youth safe and teach them to keep others safe.
We challenge people to want to challenge themselves.
We foster creativity, guide athletes, hone passions.
We allow for little minds to dream.
And we'll keep doing what we do each day.
Because we know that for our community,
Parks make life better.
You still texting?
I gotta let daycare know that I'm running late. They charge if you're late. And I'm not usually one of those people to text and drive, and I was almost done with my text when that car came out of nowhere.
You still veered in oncoming traffic. And that text message, it never got through.
One text or call could wreck it all.
Santa Rosa, out there in the middle of everything.
You still texting?
Is this a real morgue?
Yep.
Shut up. Like with real dead people. Ooh, I gotta text Ashley.
Ashley identified you when you wrapped your car around that light pole because you was caring more about that thing than the road.
I knew she liked me.
Not anymore.
No text message is worth a life.
Over 90 miles of creeks run through Santa Rosa. Runoff from streets, roofs, and parking lots end up in our creeks through the storm drain system. To help protect creeks, keep your street gutters and roadside ditches clear of trash and other pollutants. For more information on the benefits of our creeks and tips on how to enjoy them, visit the Stormwater and Creeks webpage.
You still texting?
Busy. Where we at?
County morgue?
Not on my schedule.
You scheduled it when you T-boned that minivan and sent 2 people to the hospital. Guess you was paying more attention to that thing than the road.
Making sure my wife picks up my suit.
Sounds like a text message that just couldn't wait.
Texting and driving. A killer combination.
Santa Rosa, out there in the middle of everything. Santa Rosa, out there in the middle of everything.
In recreation and parks, the days begin when the sun rises. Most of our workspaces don't have 4 walls or a desk, but there's a lot to be done to get this place up and running. It takes a big team to cover so much ground. Each space is unique, requiring its own special method of care and service. And it's of utmost importance to see that it happens each day, because our workspace is your leisure space. And it includes 950 acres of Santa Rosa. It's the parks, the trees, the fields, the trails, special gathering places, community spaces, and it belongs to everyone.
We work for our community.
Striving to improve quality of life.
We provide family experiences, friendly competitions, leisurely evenings,
and places to bond with man's best friend.
We create space for celebration, relaxation, and artistic expression.
You can learn to serve a ball or learn to serve a meal.
Take a walk on a path or walk the plank.
We've got beautiful settings, space to show off our history.
We have room to roam, to roll, or to run.
We allow for the silly, the serious, the cool.
We offer countless ways to work on your health.
We keep our youth safe and teach them to keep others safe.
We challenge people to want to challenge themselves.
We foster creativity, guide athletes, hone passions.
We allow for little minds to dream.
And we'll keep doing what we do each day.
Because we know that for our community,
Parks make life better.
You still texting?
I gotta let daycare know that I'm running late. They charge if you're late. And I'm not usually one of those people to text and drive, and I was almost done with my text when that car came out of nowhere.
You still veered in oncoming traffic. And that text message, it never got through.
One text or call could wreck it all.
Santa Rosa, out there in the middle of everything.
You still texting?
Is this a real morgue?
Yep.
Shut up. Like with real dead people. Ooh, I gotta text Ashley.
Ashley identified you when you wrapped your car around that light pole, because you was caring more about that thing than the road.
I knew she liked me.
Not anymore.
No text message is worth a life.
Over 90 miles of creeks run through Santa Rosa. Runoff from streets, roofs, and parking lots end up in our creeks through the storm drain system. To help protect creeks, keep your street gutters and roadside ditches clear of trash and other pollutants. For more information on the benefits of our creeks and tips on how to enjoy them, visit the Stormwater and Creeks webpage.
still texting?
Busy. Where we at?
County morgue?
Not on my schedule.
You scheduled it when you T-boned that minivan and sent 2 people to the hospital. Guess you was paying more attention to that thing than the road.
Making sure my wife picks up my suit.
Sounds like a text message that just couldn't wait.
Texting and driving. A killer combination.
Santa Rosa, out there in the middle of everything. Santa Rosa, out there in the middle of everything.
In recreation and parks, the days begin when the sun rises. Most of our workspaces don't have 4 walls or a desk, but there's a lot to be done to get this place up and running. It takes a big team to cover so much ground. Each space is unique, requiring its own special method of care and service. And it's of utmost importance to see that it happens each day, because our workspace is your leisure space. And it includes 950 acres of Santa Rosa. It's the parks, the trees, the fields, the trails, special gathering places, community spaces, and it belongs to everyone.
We work for our community.
Striving to improve quality of life.
We provide family experiences, friendly competitions, leisurely evenings,
and places to bond with man's best friend.
We create space for celebration, relaxation, and artistic expression.
You can learn to serve a ball or learn to serve a meal.
Take a walk on a path or walk the plank.
We've got beautiful settings, space to show off our history.
We have room to roam, to roll, or to run.
We allow for the silly, the serious, the cool.
We offer countless ways to work on your health.
We keep our youth safe and teach them to keep others safe.
We challenge people to want to challenge themselves.
We foster creativity, guide athletes, hone passions.
We allow for little minds to dream.
And we'll keep doing what we do each day.
Because we know that for our community,
Parks make life better.
You still texting?
I gotta let daycare know that I'm running late. They charge if you're late. And I'm not usually one of those people to text and drive, and I was almost done with my text when that car came out of nowhere.
You still veered in oncoming traffic. And that text message, it never got through.
One text or call could wreck it all.
Santa Rosa, out there in the middle of everything.
You still texting?
Is this a real morgue?
Yep.
Shut up. Like with real dead people. Ooh, I gotta text Ashley.
Ashley identified you when you wrapped your car around that light pole because you was caring more about that thing than the road.
I knew she liked me.
Not anymore.
No text message is worth a life.
Over 90 miles of creeks run through Santa Rosa. Runoff from streets, roofs, and parking lots end up in our creeks through the storm drain system. To help protect creeks, keep your street gutters and roadside ditches clear of trash and other pollutants. For more information on the benefits of our creeks and tips on how to enjoy them, visit the Stormwater and Creeks webpage.
You still texting?
Busy. Where we at?
County morgue?
Not on my schedule.
You scheduled it when you T-boned that minivan and sent 2 people to the hospital. Guess you was paying more attention to that thing than the road.
Making sure my wife picks up my suit.
Sounds like a text message that just couldn't wait.
Texting and driving. A killer combination.
Santa Rosa, out there in the middle of everything. Santa Rosa, out there in the middle of everything.
In recreation and parks, the days begin when the sun rises. Most of our workspaces don't have 4 walls or a desk, but there's a lot to be done to get this place up and running. It takes a big team to cover so much ground. Each space is unique, requiring its own special method of care and service. And it's of utmost importance to see that it happens each day, because our workspace is your leisure space. And it includes 950 acres of Santa Rosa. It's the parks, the trees, the fields, the trails, special gathering places, community spaces, and it belongs to everyone.
We work for our community.
Striving to improve quality of life.
We provide family experiences, friendly competitions, leisurely evenings,
and places to bond with man's best friend.
We create space for celebration, relaxation, and artistic expression.
You can learn to serve a ball or learn to serve a meal.
Take a walk on a path or walk the plank.
We've got beautiful settings, space to show off our history.
We have room to roam, to roll, or to run.
We allow for the silly, the serious, the cool.
We offer countless ways to work on your health.
We keep our youth safe and teach them to keep others safe.
We challenge people to want to challenge themselves.
We foster creativity, guide athletes, hone passions.
We allow for little minds to dream.
And we'll keep doing what we do each day.
Because we know that for our community,
Parks make life better.
You still texting?
I gotta let daycare know that I'm running late. They charge if you're late. And I'm not usually one of those people to text and drive, and I was almost done with my text when that car came out of nowhere.
You still veered in oncoming traffic. And that text message, it never got through.
One text or call could wreck it all.
Santa Rosa, out there in the middle of everything.
You still texting?
Is this a real morgue?
Yep.
Shut up. Like with real dead people. Ooh, I gotta text Ashley.
Ashley identified you when you wrapped your car around that light pole because you was caring more about that thing than the road.
I knew she liked me.
Not anymore.
No text message is worth a life.
Over 90 miles of creeks run through Santa Rosa. Runoff from streets, roofs, and parking lots end up in our creeks through the storm drain system. To help protect creeks, keep your street gutters and roadside ditches clear of trash and other pollutants. For more information on the benefits of our creeks and tips on how to enjoy them, visit the Stormwater and Creeks webpage.
You still texting?
Busy. Where we at?
County morgue?
Not on my schedule.
You scheduled it when you T-boned that minivan and sent 2 people to the hospital. Guess you was paying more attention to that thing than the road.
Making sure my wife picks up my suit.
Sounds like a text message that just couldn't wait.
Texting and driving. A killer combination.
Santa Rosa, out there in the middle of everything. Santa Rosa, out there in the middle of everything.
In recreation and parks, the days begin when the sun rises. Most of our workspaces don't have 4 walls or a desk, but there's a lot to be done to get this place up and running. It takes a big team to cover so much ground. Each space is unique, requiring its own special method of care and service. And it's of utmost importance to see that it happens each day, because our workspace is your leisure space. And it includes 950 acres of Santa Rosa. It's the parks, the trees, the fields, the trails, special gathering places, community spaces, and it belongs to everyone.
We work for our community.
Striving to improve quality of life.
We provide family experiences, friendly competitions, leisurely evenings,
and places to bond with man's best friend.
We create space for celebration, relaxation, and artistic expression.
You can learn to serve a ball or learn to serve a meal.
Take a walk on a path or walk the plank.
We've got beautiful settings, space to show off our history.
We have room to roam, to roll, or to run.
We allow for the silly, the serious, the cool.
We offer countless ways to work on your health.
We keep our youth safe and teach them to keep others safe.
We challenge people to want to challenge themselves.
We foster creativity, guide athletes, hone passions.
We allow for little minds to dream.
And we'll keep doing what we do each day.
Because we know that for our community,
Parks make life better.
You still texting?
I gotta let daycare know that I'm running late. They charge if you're late. And I'm not usually one of those people to text and drive, and I was almost done with my text when that car came out of nowhere.
You still veered in oncoming traffic. And that text message, it never got through.
One text or call could wreck it all.
Santa Rosa, out there in the middle of everything.
You still texting?
Is this a real morgue?
Yep.
Shut up. Like with real dead people. Ooh, I gotta text Ashley.
Ashley identified you when you wrapped your car around that light pole, because you was caring more about that thing than the road.
I knew she liked me.
Not anymore.
No text message is worth a life.
Over 90 miles.
Okay, I'm going to go ahead and call to order tonight's meeting of the City of Santa Rosa Planning Commission and ask for a roll call, please.
Let the record reflect that all commissioners are present except for Commissioner Crocker, who is absent.
Okay, thank you. Next, we're going to move to the approval of our minutes of our October 8th meeting. Any corrections, additions to that? Seeing none, those minutes will stand as printed. Okay, next we're going to go ahead and move on to public appearances, which is a time for any member of the public to come down and speak to the Planning Commission on items of interest to the Planning Commission that aren't listed as a public hearing tonight. And I do have one card for public appearances. You don't have to have filled out a card. And I'm going to go ahead and open public appearances now. And Dwayne DeWitt.
Hello, my name is Dwayne DeWitt. I'm from Roseland. On Tuesday, the City Council was discussing in a study session the housing crisis. Now, it's important that this be in context. In 2003, a Sonoma County Housing Coalition was having meetings on the housing crisis. And they gave recommendations and guidelines from a convention that they had in November of 2003 to try to help deal with the housing crisis, which now, 12 years later, is worsened. So I come before you today, as I've done a number of times in the past, to ask for you to be a bit more proactive in how to approach the answers to this housing crisis. The dilemma appears to be mainly financing for housing is not available. There are people that have permits to build, I guess the term is entitlements, and they're waiting. And some of them come back to you after years and say, hey, we're still waiting, so can we get another okay to come back and keep coming back? Well, things change. And I think you folks need to see when this has happened. I see today on your agenda there's some matters coming forward. One of them is from Roseland, and it started 10 years ago. About time to maybe relook at some of those underlying documents. I can't stay for that hearing, but my comments are general. It's basically that in the 12 years that the housing crisis has worsened, it's important that we look at things in a new light. And that, like in this case, there was once an idea that small lot subdivisions would solve the problem. And then there was the idea that if we allowed subdivisions to be a certain size for the requirements for inclusionary housing, that people would come forward and do more. But I think that requirement's 15 acres, and it's amazing how many 14.9 acre projects now come forward, actually trying to avoid affordable housing. And that seems counterproductive to everything that you're here to be doing, making the city a better place to live, helping with housing, and in general, trying to find a balance when folks come forward and try to do a project. So I just ask you to look into some recommendations from that Sonoma County Housing Convention from November of 2003. Inclusionary housing on anything larger than an acre back then. Those are good ideas. It could help us. Right now, nothing's really helping, and it's just getting worse. So enjoy the rain. At least that's come to make some things better. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Mr. DeWitt. Anybody else wishing to speak under public appearances tonight? Okay, I'm not seeing anyone else rise, so I'll go ahead and close public appearances, and we will move on to Planning Commissioner's report. Any reports tonight? Yeah, Commissioner Duggan.
I just want to report we had a Art and Public Places meeting last Monday, and we're talking about the recommendation we're going to send forward to council as far as how the new members of the Public Places, Art and Public Places Committee will be seated. And so that'll come forward. And I think the idea is that all our proposed policies in the master plan will be adopted in February.
Great, thank you. Anybody else? Okay, great. So with that, we'll go ahead and move on to department reports.
Yes, thank you. So we have some items gearing up for some upcoming Planning Commission meetings. So the next meeting will be January 14th, followed by the 28th. And as you know, we're meeting twice a month, and it looks like that will continue on through next year. So mark your calendars. We definitely need full attendance at Commission, and we are, as soon as items are ready, we're scheduling for your consideration. One of the things that we're doing is, in terms of our process improvements, is making sure that there's no obstacles for when items are ready. They don't have to wait for more than a couple of weeks to get on an agenda, and so that's part of that process. So I appreciate all the time that commissioners put into this voluntary assignment, but it matters a great deal to applicants and to the public who want to get these items heard. Speaking of which, last Saturday, there was great attendance. Thank you on the part of this Planning Commission for going to the annual Sonoma State University's Planning Commissioners Conference, and I thought it was one of the best I've been to. I've been to many since I've been here. They covered water and land use, and they also covered tips for commissioners, and I have a handout from that, which I thought was great, titled Suggestions for Planning Commissioner Greatness. So there you go. You have it in 2 pages. They also gave us a legal update focusing on conditions and exactions, and in particular how it relates to housing. So very relevant course, just a single day, but you get a lot out of it. So look forward to next year's event. And then lastly, just a quick update on where we're at with our process improvements. We just released update number 5, which is available on the city's website, srcity.org/improvecd. But as you click onto that, you'll read the process improvements and accomplishments to date. We've actually have a new name, Planning and Economic Development, because part of that, part of our improvements is to reorganize, so we have a functional unit that comprises of economic development, engineering, building, and planning. It's a summary of kind of our accomplishments to date. We have expanded our counter hours. We've expanded our phone hours, so we really increased access to staff. We are starting to produce statistics on our activity levels across all our divisions, our staffing levels, to address those activity levels, current projects that are in the pipeline, trying to make it easier for the public and real estate and applicants to click on our websites and quickly get the information that they need. And we also have created a public opinion survey specifically to address our counter services. So please, access this, but they'll also be on our website, a way to get straight to that customer service survey. We're looking at what hours mean the most to our applicants, and also for applicants to identify themselves, whether they're residents looking for homeowner permits, small business owners, or our regular applicants that are contractors and whatnot. And we're going to try to address, all of our customer types in the way that they would like to be addressed. So that's the update for that. It's pretty exciting so far, and we look forward to our next update, which will probably go out in February. Thank you.
Great, thank you.
I just had a quick question, if I can. How are you going to be promoting the survey? How are you going to be distributing that, if you can go over that?
Great question. Well, this update goes directly out to a vast list of stakeholders that we've collected since February, and a lot of those organizations also then express out to their memberships. So we'll do it that way. Also just promotion and direct customer inquiries. We're coming up with a lot of different ways for how people can tap into the survey, whether it's at the station when they're actually getting the service, or right after their service. We're actually going out to the community to get them to participate.
Great, thanks. Okay, next statements of abstention by commission members.
Madam Chair, I will be abstaining from item number 12, the Oakmont Village Central Park, as the Oakmont Village Association is a client of my firm.
Okay, great. Thanks for that. And before we move on down the agenda, I've been alerted by staff that they need a little bit more time to prepare a document for the number 9, the villas. So I'm going to ask for a motion to reorder our agenda to move the villas from 1st down to 3rd. Somebody could
I'll
make
make a motion to move item number 9 to item number 11.
Okay, do I have a second? Okay, so I have the motion made by Vice Chair Stanley, seconded by Commissioner Gronica, and so that passes to reorder with Commissioner Crocker being absent. So with that, we're going to move on to the new number 9, which is a public hearing for the Sky Farm Unit 3 subdivision, time extension for a tentative map. That is an ex parte disclosure. Any ex parte disclosures?
I revisited the site.
I visited the site.
None.
Nothing to say.
And I also have no other additions. So Eric Gage is our planner, and he'll be making the presentation.
Good evening, Chair and Commissioners. This is the Sky Farm Unit 3 tentative map time extension. The proposal is for the first one-year time extension of the hillside development permit, a conditional use permit, and a tentative map to subdivide 10.4 acres into 30 single-family residential lots and 3 common parcels. Project is located in the northeast quadrant of the city, approximately where Sky Farm Drive meets St. Andrews Drive. A portion of the Fountain Grove Golf Course borders the west side of the property, and single-family residential lots are located to the north, west, and south. Property zone planned development residential in the Fountain Grove area, and general plan designation is low-density residential. Properties to the north are designated as very low density. The recreational to the south and to the west, those are portions of the Fountain Grove Golf Course. Here's an image of the tentative map. The approved tentative map features 30 residential lots and 3 common parcels. A loop road provides access to the northern portion of the site, and 2 cul-de-sacs provide access to the southern half. Just to clarify, portion, this is the north area of the project, this is the northern half and the southern half. To summarize the history of the project, the original applications for the hillside development permit, conditional use permit, and tentative map were submitted in August 25th of 2005. It was first reviewed by the Planning Commission on July 8th, 2010, and the Planning Commission at that time adopted the negative declaration, the hillside development permit, conditional use permit. That approval was subsequently appealed. City Council adopted a resolution in September of 2010 to refer the project decision back to Planning Commission for further consideration, specifically regarding additional tree preservation and minimization of grading. On August 11th, 2011, the Planning Commission reapproved a revised project that incorporated changes to mitigate those impacts. The application for an extension was applied for on June 3rd of this year, and is the first one-year time extension for the tentative map, hillside, and conditional use permits. So the action before the commission is to extend the life of the map and the associated entitlements to August 11th, 2016, to allow additional time to complete the process of filing the final map. The improvement plans have been submitted and reviewed by various departments, and the process is nearing completion. No policy or code changes would require changes to the map, and there haven't been any changes to the surrounding circumstance that would merit revision of the project. Therefore, staff is recommending the department that the Planning Commission approve the one-year time extension of the tentative map, the hillside development permit, and the conditional use permit. And that concludes my presentation.
Any questions of staff right now? Yes, Commissioner Duggan.
Yeah, I just have one. Just for my clarification, you noted that this is the first one-year time extension. Is there a limit on the number of time extensions?
Chair Cisco, Commissioner Duggan. There is a limit of 4, okay, but it's anticipated that this is very near to completion and wouldn't require any subsequent extension.
All right, thank you.
So I have a question about that too. I know for many years we've been getting like automatic extensions because of the state law. So does that 4 include those automatic extensions or not?
Chair Cisco, it does not. And the automatic extensions relate to timeframes of approval and expiration. This one occurred after several of those time extensions were set to sunset. So they, if I'm recalling correctly, they did benefit from one, but they are required to submit time extensions from henceforth.
Okay, great. Thanks for that. Okay, is the applicant, any other questions before I let Mr. Gage sit down? And is there an applicant here wishing to make a presentation? Okay, Mr. Jones.
Yes, thank you, Chair Cisco, members of the Commission. Tom Jones with Barology and Race Engineers. We're here today requesting a one-year extension of our Sky Farm 3 tentative map. Wanted to give you a brief update on where we are with it. We have completed the improvement plans. They are ready to be signed by the city. The one issue that's been outstanding and has been a bit vexing over the last year has been resolving who will be the homeowners association. We've now gotten clarity on that and are moving forward with resolving that issue. We expect to have the improvement plan signed off in the spring and the map recorded in the late spring, and ideally proceed with construction of the project this summer. So it's moving along nicely. We're not aware of any issues that have arisen in review of the extension request, but I'm happy to answer any questions you may have, or if there are comments during the public hearing that require a response, I'd be happy to provide that.
Okay, great, thanks. Any questions of Mr. Jones right now? Great, thanks.
Thank you.
Okay, so this is a public hearing on this item. I don't have any cards on it. I'm going to open the public hearing and see if there's anyone wishing to speak on this item, and I am not seeing anyone, so I'm going to go ahead and close the public hearing. Any other questions of staff or the applicant? Okay, and so would somebody like to begin our exercise of...
I'll make a resolution of the Planning Commission of the City of Santa Rosa granting a one-year extension of time for a tentative map for Sky Farm 3 subdivision located at 3925 St. Andrews Drive. Assessor's parcel numbers 173-760-038, 173-760-039, file number MAJ05-021, and waive further reading of the text.
Second.
Okay, so that was moved by Vice Chair Stanley, seconded by Commissioner Duggan. Any discussion? Are we choosing to discuss? Okay. Your votes, please. And yours didn't register. Okay, we get to do it again. And that passes with 6 ayes, Commissioner Crocker being absent.
I'll make a resolution of the Planning Commission of the City of Santa Rosa granting a 1-year extension of time for a conditional use permit for Sky Farm Unit 3 subdivision located at 3925 St. Andrews Drive, assessors parcel numbers 173-760-038, 173-760-039, file number CUP 05-107. I'll wait for the reading of the text.
Second.
Okay, again moved by Vice Chair Stanley, seconded by Commissioner Duggan. Any discussion on this? Great, your votes please. And that passes with 6 ayes, Commissioner Crocker being absent.
I'll make a resolution of the Planning Commission of the City of Santa Rosa granting a 1-year extension of time for a hillside development permit for Sky Farm 3 subdivision located at 3925 St. Andrews Drive, assessors parcel numbers 173-760-038, 173-760-039, file number HDP 05-056, and wait for the reading of the text.
Second.
Okay, moved by Vice Chair Stanley, seconded by Commissioner Duggan. Any discussion? And seeing none, your votes please. And that passes with 6 ayes, Commissioner Crocker being absent. And I believe that concludes that item. Okay. So moving right along, we're going to move to the new number 10. Which is a public hearing for the Marsh Hawk Village. That is also an ex parte disclosure. Any ex parte disclosures?
I visited the site.
I visited the site.
I visited the site, and I must comment favorably on the public comment on this, that it helped me get to the site.
It's impossible to get to the site by Highway 12. Yeah.
No disclosure.
Okay. And I also visited the site, had an extremely brief conversation with the applicant. And Mr. Gage is staff and will be giving the presentation on that.
Thank you. This is Marsh Hawk tentative parcel map. The proposal is to subdivide a 1.7 acre site with 3 lots and access improvements. The entitlements include the mitigated negative declaration, hillside development permit, tentative parcel map, and a zoning code map amendment. This is an aerial. The site is located in the northeast quadrant, approximately 600 feet from Highway 12. The surrounding neighborhood consists primarily of single-family residential lots. Austin Creek Elementary School and the Skyhawk Park are located approximately 200 feet to the northeast, just in the corner of the photo there. There are some views of existing conditions. There is a vacant single-family residence on the site that's been uninhabited for several years and is proposed for demolition. A storage shed also located on the site on the west property boundary. Property slopes slightly toward the north. Several small valley oaks are located on the site. You should be able to see from these views that it's surrounded on 3 sides by single-family residential. The first one looks downhill, and then the third one looks back up the hill. So brief history on the project. December 10th, 2013, the applications for the minor subdivision, the hillside development permit, and the zoning map amendment were submitted. And on January 22nd, 2014, a neighborhood meeting was held as part of that application process. This is an image of the tentative map. The proposal includes creation of the 3 separate parcels. The large lot on the left is approximately 1 acre. The other 2 lots would be about 15,000 square feet each. The map includes a 20-foot wide common access drive that comes down the middle, including a turnaround for emergency access and providing access from Marsh Hawk Drive. General plan designation for the project site and the properties to the west, south, and east is very low density residential with a unit density up to 2 units per acre. Properties along the northern boundary are designated low density with a unit density range of 2 to 8 units per acre. Proposed project density is 1.7 units per acre. Staff reviewed the policy for consistency with the general plan, found that it furthers goals listed here, including meeting additional housing needs and maintaining a wide range of housing stock. The zoning of the parcel, the project site is zoned rural residential with a 1 acre minimum lot size. The property to the west is also zoned rural residential. Properties to the north, south, and east are within the Sky Farm and Skycrest plan developments. The proposed project includes a rezoning to R19 to achieve the residential densities allowed by the general plan. And the applicable zoning code sections are the residential subdivision density standards and also the hillside subdivision standards. So a visual slope analysis was prepared by Bruce Aspinall and Associates. The project meets the requirements for the hillside subdivision that the average slope of each of the proposed lots not exceed 25%. Average slopes on the large lot number 1 and the smaller lot number 2 include slopes of 10% and would require separate hillside development permits to build structures. There's a small portion of the site that exceeds 25% slopes. That's part of a constructed slope and includes a retaining wall. So the visual analysis identified the only public vantage point of the site, approximately the intersection of Owl's Nest Drive and Great Heron. And that's identified here on this map, the site located down here. And in the area, you can see where the subject site's been outlined. So future development would not obscure any ridgeline or pose potential significant impacts due to the limited visibility and the existing roof formations you can see behind the site. So an initial study was conducted in compliance with CEQA, resulting in the mitigated negative declaration dated November 18th, 2015. A notice of intent to adopt was posted from the November 18th to December 9th. And no comments have been received. So staff is recommending that the Planning Commission adopt the mitigated negative declaration, approve the tentative parcel map and the hillside development permit, and recommend to City Council to approve the zoning code map amendment to establish R19 zoning district on the subject property. And that concludes staff's presentation.
Any questions of staff right now? Okay, thank you, Mr. Gage. And is the applicant here wishing to make a presentation?
Good afternoon. My name is Bruce Aspinall, planning consultant, 3313 Jeremy Court, here with the applicant's engineer and the applicant. I was going to say the commission, maybe all of us are in luck today because the last time I was here, which was a number of years ago, the applicant went first and I spent some time preparing a presentation, and as I'm listening to the staff presentation and reading the staff report, I have nothing to add, but I could try to answer questions if you have them. So I can skip my whole thing, so we're all better off for that. So if I can answer any questions, or if Charlie Travolsi, the engineer, can answer any questions, we'd be happy to give it a try. Other than that, we'd ask that you move forward and approve the various actions that the staff has recommended. Thank you.
Any questions of Mr. Aspinall right now? No, thanks. Good to see you again. Okay, this is a public hearing, and again, I don't have any cards from anyone wishing to speak on this matter, but I'll go ahead and open the public hearing, and if there is anyone who'd like to speak, you can come on down. Looks We do, good. If you give your name for the record when you start.
Absolutely. Good afternoon. My name is Pamela Kramer Brown. I'm a recent house purchaser on Marsh Hawk Drive, and our backyard actually looks right up at that lot. So being new to the area, I don't know the requirements for drainage and drainage that happens during construction, during rainstorms, et cetera. And so we do have a rather steep slope in our backyard with a fence at the top of it. And so there is concern on our part that during construction and or during earth movement, it might affect that area. So my question would be, what are the plans with regard to any sort of drainage runoff from these large lots, because the lots are quite large?
Okay, we'll get you an answer.
Thank you, ma'am.
Okay. Anyone else wishing to speak on this item? I'm not seeing anyone else come down, so I'm going to go ahead and close the public hearing, and I believe Mr. Trabulsi, you could answer her question.
Good evening, Charlie Trabulsi, 3628 Airway, Santa Rosa. I'm the civil engineer on the project. There's a storm drain system that's at Marsh Hawk Drive, and the new houses that are going to be built on this project are going to be tied into the new storm drain system, which means for the neighbors downhill from us, bottom line, they're going to end up with a hell of a lot less water coming at them than they have right now. That's the ultimate. During the construction phase, there are going to be erosion control measures and wattles that will be there to make sure that there's no increased runoff, no erosion, no mud that's going to be going down towards our neighbors. And we'll be working with the neighbors to coordinate that.
Okay, that sounds great. Thanks.
Sure.
Okay, any other questions of the applicant or staff on this before we move to decision? Not seeing any. Okay, would somebody like to begin to move a resolution?
I'll make a resolution of the Planning Commission of the City of Santa Rosa adopting a mitigated negative declaration for Marsh Hawk Village located at 5567 Sonoma Highway, file number MJP13-008. Waive further reading of the text.
Second.
Okay, so that was moved by Vice Chair Stanley, seconded by Commissioner Duggan. And any discussion? Great. We're moving right along tonight. Your votes, please. And that passes with 6 ayes, Commissioner Crocker being absent.
I'll make a resolution of the Planning Commission of the City of Santa Rosa recommending to City Council rezoning of property located at 5567 Sonoma Highway, Marsh Hawk Village, to the R19 District, file number REZ13-008. Waive further reading of the text.
Second.
Again, moved by Vice Chair Stanley, seconded by Commissioner Duggan. Any discussion on the rezoning? No? Okay, so your votes, please. And that passes with 6 ayes, Commissioner Crocker being absent.
I'll make a resolution of the Planning Commission of the City of Santa Rosa approving the Marsh Hawk Village tentative parcel map located at 5567 Sonoma Highway, file number MIN13-003. Waive further reading of the text.
Second.
Moved by Vice Chair Stanley, seconded by Commissioner Duggan. Any discussion? No. Your votes, please. And that passes with 6 ayes, Commissioner Crocker being absent.
I'll make a resolution of the Planning Commission of the City of Santa Rosa approving a hillside development permit for a hillside subdivision located at 5567 Sonoma Highway, Assessor's Parcel number 031-110-092, file number HDP13-012. Waive further reading of the text.
Second.
And that's moved by Vice Chair Stanley, seconded by Commissioner Duggan. I assume there's no discussion. And your votes, please. And that passes with 6 ayes, Commissioner Crocker being absent. And I believe that concludes this item. So thank you. Okay, so now we're going to move to item number 11. More cards on my- Okay, so we're going to move to item number 11, which is the villas, a time extension for a tentative map. That is an ex parte disclosure. Any disclosures? Commissioner Duggan, any disclosures?
I visited the site.
Any disclosure?
Sorry.
That's okay.
This is last minute stuff getting dropped in our lap. I visited the site.
I had a brief discussion, very brief discussion, with Mr. Jones, Tom Jones. Well, we were both looking for Christmas trees the other day, and I just asked one question about parking, traffic studies, and so on, and he indicated further information would be forthcoming.
I need to amend I also met with the applicant. I met with Mr. Jones and Mr. McCullough.
Any disclosures?
Nothing to disclose.
And I also visited the site and had a brief conversation with the applicant. So Mr. Streeter is staff, and will be giving the staff presentation.
Thank you, Chair Siska, members of the Planning Commission. The item before you is a time extension request for the Villas subdivision. It includes a time extension for the tentative map, which would subdivide 14.28 acres into one commercial lot, 197 residential lots, 39 common community parcels, as well as the associated infrastructure with that subdivision. The applicants are also requesting a time extension for the associated zoning variance, which grants reduced rear yard setbacks for some of the parcels. The project is located in southwest Santa Rosa near the intersection of Sebastopol Road and Stony Point Road. It's adjacent to Highway 12 in what was previously a driving range, as well as a leg of the property which connects down to Sebastopol Road, which was a chicken ranch in the past and now has a vacant residence on it. So the history of the project, preliminary approvals for easements to cross the Joe Rodota Trail, which is located between the northern and southern portions of the project parcels, were granted by the County of Sonoma in 2005. In January of 2005, the project went to the first of 4 Design Review Board concept meetings. So the design was readdressed by the Design Review Board several times before it went to the Planning Commission for the tentative map approval. On November 9th of 2006, the Planning Commission adopted a mitigated negative declaration for the subdivision, recommended that the parcels be rezoned from industrial zoning to residential zoning, and also approved a tentative map and the zoning variance. In June of 2007, the city adopted the Sebastopol Road Corridor Plan and the Urban Vision Plan, which would affect the properties that develop around that area. In 2008, the state granted the first of what would be several automatic map extensions. So prior to the project map expiring, it was automatically extended by the state, which brings us up to the current date. The map would have expired on November 9th of this year, but because a time extension is pending, the map stays active pending the review of the Planning Commission. And this would be the first requested time extension for the map through the city. And as was established at the previous item, there are 4 that are available. The general plan for the area does call for residential uses, medium density residential on the northern portions of the site, and business and retail services along the Sebastopol Road corridor. As is evident on this map, the Stony Point Road to the west also has those retail and business services also along Sebastopol Road, but the area is meant to be developed in a more residential sense just off of Sebastopol Road as you approach Highway 12. A large portion of the surrounding property is currently county and is proposed to be annexed into the city as part of the Roseland annexation. So the general plan also calls for widening of Stony Point Road. Currently, the widening has taken place between Highway 12 and Sebastopol Road, and it's in the capital improvement program right now to continue that widening from Sebastopol down to Hearn Avenue. The general plan also calls for a circulation of Hampton Way being extended up into one of the subject parcels and easterly and connecting to Roseland Avenue. The Sebastopol Road visioning plan, as well as the pending Roseland annexation specific area plan, took the approved project into account when they were developing their plans. So they've actually shifted that circulation road over to comply with the approved tentative map for this project. So instead of connecting down Hampton Way, it connects through one of the subject parcels to Sebastopol Road. And the land use designations in the upcoming Roseland area annexation are consistent with the general plan and consistent with the approved project. The zoning for the site is R318 on the interior of the project and CG, or general commercial, along Sebastopol Road. This was resulting from the original rezoning, which took place just after the tentative map was approved. It was rezoned to R315, and then later action by the City Council rezoned it to R318. The project was subject to an initial study which resulted in a mitigated negative declaration that was adopted by the Planning Commission on November 9th of 2006. That document tiered from the Southwest Area Plan EIR as well as the General Plan Environmental Impact Report that were prepared prior to that project going up for approval. And the main mitigation measures that were addressed in that mitigated negative declaration related to noise, transportation and circulation, as well as project aesthetics. The tentative map for the project is currently phased. So phase 1 would take place along that north-south corridor which connects Sebastopol Road to Street A, which is the main central thoroughfare that would curve up north-south until it reached the interior parcels and then branch out to the east. Phase 2 would complete the development out to the east with a connection to currently privately held property that would then connects out to Roseland Avenue further east of that. The zoning variance extension request relates to the rear yard setbacks. Currently for R3 districts that abut other zoning districts, so in this case they abut CG districts, there's a 15-foot rear yard setback required. The project requested a 10-foot rear yard setback be implemented in certain portions of the site, justified by the fact that the general plan calls for residential development in those areas, so future development would likely include rezonings that would then make them R3 as well, which in those cases can have zero-foot setbacks for rear yards. The project also took into account the fact that it's adjacent to industrial and commercial uses, so the mitigations already address noise impacts that might overflow into the project. So that was also used in the justification for the reduced rear yard setbacks, which were approved at that Planning Commission meeting in November of 2006. So there were a few issues that were looked at by staff regarding this project. The first is the fact that the traffic impact study was initially conducted in 2005, and then an addendum was released in 2006, which was a significant period of time in the past. So staff asked that the applicants provide a study that looked at the previous traffic impact study and could demonstrate that if current methodologies and standards were applied to that study, it would still result in no significant adverse impacts to traffic. The reason a new traffic study was not requested is that pursuant to the California Environmental Quality Act, any new development that took place after this project was approved should have included this project's impacts in their development plans and in their mitigations. So it would almost be like two bites at the apple. So by showing that current standards and methodologies were still applicable to the project, then the previous traffic impact study would still be valid, as well as the mitigated negative declaration that was prepared and approved for the map in 2006. Another issue was stormwater permit compliance. When the map was approved, there were no requirements for post-construction best management practice stormwater capture. That is now a state-mandated requirement for projects of this size. So the applicant were asked to demonstrate to the city's satisfaction that these stormwater mitigation measures could be implemented into the project, and they were able to do so. They supplied a preliminary stormwater mitigation plan that is associated with the project, and as the project moves to final improvement plans, assuming an extension is granted, then the final stormwater mitigation plan would be required. Another issue had to do with the connection to Roseland Avenue from the proposed Street A that runs through the center of the property. As the project was approved, Phase 1 would include up to 100 units that would be served by public access and egress at Sebastopol Road, and also by an emergency vehicle access point at the end of Hampton Way, which would connect to the development. Typically, the fire department requires any development over 50 units to have 2 public access ways, but a variance was granted to allow up to 100 units with this Hampton Way emergency vehicle access. One of the options that the applicants have for this project is for Phase 2, the emergency vehicle access would be removed and new public access would be provided via a public street through the property to the east. So that's in the resolution that was provided to the Planning Commission prior to this meeting. An alternative was discussed, which would include maintaining the emergency vehicle access at the end of Hampton Way and providing an additional emergency vehicle access coming in from Roseland Avenue through the private parcel onto the property for Phase 2, with the assumption that when the parcel to the east is completed, a new roadway, a public road, will be dedicated at that time, connecting the entire subdivision out to Roseland Avenue. So the Planning Commission was supplied with a draft resolution that includes language to allow that emergency vehicle access as well. The fire department said that they would be supportive of that alternate option as well. The private road would be along an existing easement that was provided on the maps that were provided to the city by the applicant and approved by the Planning Commission in 2006. The emergency vehicle access would be a dedication that was acquired from the property owner and dedicated to the city. So depending on whichever option, there would still be a road moving through that area, and both options include full improvement to minor street standards. Assuming that an extension of time is granted for the tentative map and for the zoning variance, the project is still subject to design review before the design review board. So preliminary and final design review would be required before any building permits were issued for the project. Since noticing this upcoming public hearing, there was one comment received from the public. It was actually from the owner of the property located directly to the east of the project, where that emergency vehicle access or private roadway would be traversing through. The comment was related to noise impacts. It's currently operating as a 24-hour trucking operation, and the owner of the parcel was concerned with noise impacts affecting residents of the development. Staff looked at that and determined that based on the noise attenuation that's already included in the project, based on the fact that it was developed in an industrial area and approved as such, and tiers off of the Southwest Area and Environmental Impact Report, which includes residential developments being next to industrial uses, there are a number of measures that are incorporated into construction of the project, including forced air that allows windows to be kept shut and different construction concerns that would attenuate for noise and that are built into the project. Further, the noise impacts coming from Highway 12 directly north of the project would most likely be more intense than any of the operations that are occurring on parcels adjacent to the project. Also, there was one public comment at the 2006 meeting. A representative of a church on Hampton Way wanted to let the Planning Commission know that there's also a church there in addition to industrial uses around the site. So considering the conditions that have been added or clarified in the draft resolution, it is the recommendation by the Planning and Economic Development Department that the Planning Commission approve a 1-year time extension for the tentative map and a 1-year time extension for the associated zoning variance for the Villas subdivision. Staff is present to address any questions or comments, and the applicant also has their team here.
Okay, question, Vice Chair Stanley.
I just have one question, Patrick, and it's not necessarily related to this project, but just in general, through the annexation and the development of the land now north of the Joe Rodota Trail, what is the sort of the strategy to mitigate those crossings as we develop higher or medium to high density housing along there? I mean, I'm sure there's been discussions with the county about what that means and how we're going to look at these projects as Roseland gets annexed and then these projects start to line up on the north side.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, so I know the city has acquired a traffic engineering expert to look at all those circulation issues, especially the crossings. The project was conditioned with those crossings in mind in 2006. So this project, I believe there are mitigation measures, including stop signs and that sort of thing. As far as an overall interaction between development and the Joe Rodota Trail, it may have been addressed already in some of in the general plan environmental impact report, as well as the Southwest Area Plan. And I think someone from advanced planning would probably have a better answer for you as far as how new development would be addressing that.
Commissioner DeRosan's question.
I just had a quick kind of extension of what you said. I think the property owner that's adjacent to it just wants some reassurance that he's not going to have to come back in 10 years to defend the noise levels at his thing. So is there something that the developer, I'm not sure the process, that maybe they can be required to disclose that to anybody that purchases those homes, similar to like Bodine, or that has the asphalt construction site, how they're being having to change their business model. So I think he just wants some reassurance.
Yeah, and I think some sort of disclosure measure can be included in the homeowners association conditions or built into deed restrictions on the properties. That disclosure of operating active industrial uses is currently occurring next to the property.
Any other questions of staff right now? Great, thank you, Mr. Streeter. And the applicant is here.
Good evening, Steve McCullough. I'd like to thank you for this time to present our project to you. I'm going to keep it brief. I know you have a big agenda here. I want to tell you that it's been a pleasure working with Planner Streeter. He did a thorough staff report. You know, I want to say that in going over the original approval, at the Planning Commission back in 2006, it was very well received and unanimously approved with a lot of compliments as far as at that time regarding this project. We concur with the conditions and the revision to the condition number 2 regarding the EVA. The fire department, namely Fire Marshal Scott Moon, Ian Hardage, who's here tonight, and Andrew Cook, agreed to meet with us this morning in the last day of the meeting. And it was a very productive meeting. We appreciate the Fire Marshal Moon's flexibility in resolving the EVA issue. And it was very positive that he looked at the big picture, the public safety, the housing crisis that we're all facing today, and also the Sebastopol Road Vision Plan. I think he stepped back and looked at the whole picture and was able to be flexible in his decisions. With their flexibility, we have a great project that will further resolve the housing crisis, and 197 homes to be built in Roseland, which will actually kickstart the Sebastopol Road Vision Plan that has actually been languishing since 2007, I think it is. And not that this should have any bearing on your decision or anything, I do want to point out that there'll be $8.6 million approximately in fees associated with this project as it goes through the process. With this extension and the EVA resolve, which was a condition, we have a very qualified, experienced buyer ready to close escrow and hopefully begin building in this coming year, 2016. With that, I respectfully ask for your approval to extend the tentative map, and ready to answer any questions.
Any questions of Mr. McCullough right now? Yeah, Commissioner Dipple.
I'm just curious, if you guys were to start in 2016, what's the ETA on completion?
On the completion, I'm not going to be involved in the completion, so I wouldn't, it's not our project, it's another buyer that's doing it, but I would imagine certainly the first phase they'll jump on immediately, and that will probably be over the next, probably a 12 to 18 month period. And then based on the success of it, then go on to phase 2.
Okay, thanks, Mr. McCullough.
Thank you.
Okay, this is a public hearing, and again, I don't have any cards on this matter. I want to open the public hearing. If you wish to speak on this item, you can come down. Oh, yes, Mr. Helfrich. I didn't see a card for you on this one, but... Oh, okay.
Item 9.
But I kind of wondered, I kind of thought you'd want to. Okay.
Thank you, Chair Cisco, members of the Commission, for giving me an opportunity to speak on this project. The point that we want to make is actually things have changed tremendously in the last 10 years, that the conditions on the Joe Rodota Trail are nothing at all what they were like when this project was first submitted. And while I agree that nobody should get 2 bites out of the apple, this is not a matter of development. This is a matter of success, of that we're moving our transportation away slightly and incrementally from being car dependent. And MTC discovered the Joe Rodota Trail had the largest increase in use of any bike trail in the entire Bay Area. It went up by 300% since this project was first submitted. And I've distributed to the Commission the latest counts. And this is from last year. Regional Parks estimates that probably 1,000 people a day will go past that crossing on a typical weekend day. So it's 1,000 kids, parents. This is a recreational trail. So I really disagree that the traffic study is adequate. I think it's anything but adequate. It failed to consider safety. It only looked at circulation, and specifically automobile circulation. And also a lot of things have changed with CEQA since 2006. We've had the Complete Streets Act. OPR is saying that level of service is no longer the metric that is to be considered in a traffic study. So a lot of this is sort of from the past. And a final point I'd like to make is that regional parks will be conditioning this crossing, and we've seen in a project further down the trail, the Dairyman Winery project in the unincorporated county, the condition they're imposing there is grade separation. So we're not talking about just a couple of stop signs here. This is a major thoroughfare. And I guess I really hope that the Commission would insist that a proper, thorough, and comprehensive traffic study be done, one that actually considers safety, that doesn't just look at circulation. So while I applaud this project, we need housing so bad it hurts, and especially affordable housing. I do worry about the fact that it's not 2006 anymore, and that road as proposed is going to impose a pretty big safety hazard, and is it worth it to put those people's lives at risk, or to make it so that people just stop using the trail because it's dangerous? So thank you, and I just hope you really consider the safety of the trail users when saying the project. The final thing is, I really don't know if design review is the appropriate, because we've been told by staff, of course, design review will be taking a look at this, but this is a highly technical issue. This has nothing to do with how the project looks. So I really would think the Planning Commission is the right forum for considering the safety issue on the Joe Rodota Trail. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else wishing to speak on this item? Not seeing anyone else come down, I'm going to go ahead and close the public hearing. And Mr. McCullough, do you have any response you want to make to those comments?
Only that right now the Rodota Trail crosses Stony Point Boulevard or Avenue, and that's quite a heavily traveled road, and I think that's handled properly. So I think any crossings along our development won't be anywhere near the type of traffic that is already being experienced. So.
Okay. Any other, staff has a comment too.
Staff would just like to add that because the project was approved in 2006 and the mitigated negative declaration was adopted at that time, because there have been no changes to the project, it's typically not staff's practice to reopen the environmental review. It goes with the life of the project.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah, can I ask a question about that? So changing the roadway does not change the project?
Actually, the project as approved had the emergency vehicle access at the end of the street. So
at the end of the street that goes to Roseland Avenue?
So that was how it was presented to the Planning Commission in 2006, and that's how it was approved. But staff wanted to have some other options available in case that emergency vehicle access didn't work out. There could be other avenues to connect the project to Roseland Avenue.
Okay. And also, I believe in the staff report, I noted that it does require for the cars on the westernmost leg to have stop signs at the trail. But is that required of the car traffic once the project roadway gets connected to Roseland Avenue? Because Roseland Avenue, once you get there, you have to cross the trail to get out to Maxwell Road.
The project does include a number of improvements to Roseland Avenue, so off-site improvements. But I think staff from our engineering and development services department might be better able to address that.
Okay.
Yeah.
Sorry, Chair Cisco and members, if you could just repeat the question. We have a number of staff members here from the engineering department. We want to make sure we answer the question precisely.
Okay, the question is, once the project is connected and the EVA goes away on the roadway that connects to Roseland Avenue, are there going to be stop signs for the auto traffic traveling north and south on Roseland Avenue at the trail crossing?
Give me 1 second.
Thanks.
Good evening. My name is Carol Clark. I'm an associate engineer for Engineering Development Services. In the existing conditions that were approved in 2006, the crossing for the Joe Rodato Trail that was going to be installed on A Street was going to be a bicycle and pedestrian sign shall be installed on Street A in advance of the crossings of Joe Rodato Trail. If the crossing is a speed hump or a speed table, a speed hump sign should also be installed in advance of the crossing. Also, if the crossing is a speed hump or a speed table, the fire department should approve the installation. Also, it was on condition number 28, stop signs at the Joe Rodato Trail on each side giving the right-of-way to the bicyclist shall be installed.
But is that only at Street A, not at Roseland Avenue?
Yes, because Roseland Avenue is in the county, so we weren't able to condition the crossing on that particular street.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, and Commissioner Dipple, you had a question?
Yeah, I just wanted to clarify, but what's in front of us right now, what we're voting on is just the extension and not the project, is that correct?
Correct.
Okay.
Okay, any other questions of staff or the applicant right now? Not seeing any. Okay. So let's go to looking at our resolutions, and the one that we would be looking at is the new one presented with yellow highlighting, if somebody would like to do that.
I'll make a resolution of the Planning
Wait a
Commission.
second.
If I can just
Commissioner
interrupt,
Street.
apologies. Chair Cisco, members of the Planning Commission, staff would also like to further amend the suggested amendment to the resolution to include the language minimum 20-foot travel lanes, wherever travel lanes are discussed, for the connection between Street A and Roseland Avenue. That's fire department's minimum so that they would be able to drive vehicles through that corridor.
So say that again.
So wherever the language referring to the connection from Street A to Roseland Avenue mentions a travel lane, that it be amended to a minimum 20-foot travel lane.
What was it prior?
Just said travel lane.
Oh. Well, since we're sort of doing this on the fly, can we ask the applicant what? There seems to be a huddle going on. Well, I'm just asking the question because you had said that you were in agreement with the amendment, this amendment, and now we're adding to the amendment, so I just want to make sure that there isn't further discussion that's needed on that.
Well, it sounds, in talking to the fire officer, it sounds like
Mr. McCall, could you go to the microphone?
there might
please?
have been
Thank
some
you.
confusion as far as he was thinking some of the buildings were 3 stories high, and they aren't 3 stories high.
Oh.
So it doesn't sound like that issue is
So does that mean that we don't need the 20-foot width, or does it mean we do?
It's just that it's a clarification that.
I mean, a 20-foot right-of-way through there, it's a 50-foot wide easement, so 20-foot is not an issue.
Okay.
So we're in agreement with it.
Except Tom's coming down.
Here we go. Mr. Jones.
Subject to his.
So my concern is with the proposed language is it says anywhere travel lane is mentioned, it shall mean 20 feet. Well, travel lane is mentioned on a lot of places, and particularly through the EVA, it talks about minimum improvements on the north half consists of a parking lane and a travel lane of at least, I think, 10.5 or 11, and improvements on the other side also have a travel lane of 10.5 or 11. So between those two, you already got 20, and I'd be concerned that if the language about anywhere it mentions travel lane, it shall mean 20, all of a sudden we'd end up with 40.
What I heard was minimum 20-foot travel lanes from the terminus of Street A, and maybe I'm adding language to Roseland Avenue, which would only be the eastern edge of the property. Not the language that's in here, but what Patrick just told us. So that would limit the 20-foot lane language to that EVA.
Right, but if you look at the bottom of page 2 of 4 in the yellow highlighted condition, it describes that half-width street improvements for the north side of the street shall consist of a travel lane with a parking lane and curb and gutter. Half-width and street improvements for the south side of the street shall consist of a 10.5-foot wide travel lane with a 4-foot wide valley gutter. And so we have travel lanes described on both sides that together already exceed 20 feet.
So you're just saying this is already in the language?
Yes.
We don't need this additional language. That's what you're saying?
That's what I'm saying.
Okay. I would agree with you, but...
Staff agrees with the project engineer on that, so we can remove that amendment.
Okay.
May I ask one more question before we?
Sure.
This is the staff. So I understand this is just an extension, and it's not a big deal. It makes perfect sense. But is there any way to condition that once things proceed on this project, that there can be another traffic study looking at all the trail users? Because there has been a huge increase in the trail users, and once the SMART trail gets built, there's going to be even more people using that trail.
That will be part of the Roseland annexation specific plan. I'm sure of that. As far as, I don't believe the California Environmental Quality Act review can be reopened, but a traffic study could be a part of design review. But I'll defer to the rest of the planning staff and just kind of ask if they agree with me on that.
Okay.
Okay, so we're going to go back to the resolutions, which Oops, sorry. Trying to figure out which one goes first. Okay, go ahead.
Just to address the question about further studies, everything is under the premise that the project has not changed. And so design review isn't changing of the project in concept, it's just the design components. So our expectation is that design review will be referring back and relying upon the CEQA document you have before you.
So I understand the project hasn't changed, but the conditions surrounding the project has changed in that the road has gotten much more use.
So in that instance, because this is an approved project, and if it gets an extension tonight, it'll remain so, those future projects must consider this project, not vice versa.
But the conditions I'm talking about, the existing conditions, are the trail users. And that's not a project, it's existing.
Is there a follow-up question?
Kind of. Can we have some reassurance that any mitigation factors regarding the trail can be included as part of either our approval or at some other stage? Like, are they going to have stop signs at the trails, letting the people that use the trail that now there's going to be different conditions for them? I mean, there could be something, but if we approve the extension now, is there going to be another opportunity to address any concerns regarding the trail and the traffic?
I think I would just go back to the concept that because it's an approved project, that analysis has been done. So as long as the project doesn't change, it can carry forward as this project completes its last entitlements and the project doesn't change. So I hope that answers the question effectively.
Okay, any other questions of staff? Okay, we've determined we need to do the zoning variance resolution first, so anybody caring to move that resolution?
I'll make a resolution of the Planning Commission of the City of Santa Rosa granting a one-year extension of time for a zoning variance for the Villas subdivision located at 1755 Sebastopol Road and 1700 Hampton Way. Assessors parcels numbers 125-071-014, 125-031-022, 010-311-028, file number EXT15-0002. Wait for the reading of the text.
Second.
Okay, so that was moved by Vice Chair Stanley, seconded by Commissioner Duggan. Any discussion on the zoning variance, which we prior approved? Okay, your votes, please. And that passes with 6 ayes, Commissioner Crocker being absent. And next is the tentative map resolution that's been amended.
I'll make a resolution of the Planning Commission of the City of Santa Rosa granting a one-year extension of time for the tentative map for the Villa subdivision located at 1755 Sebastopol Road and 1700 Hampton Way. Assessors parcels numbers 125-071-014, 125-031-022, 010-311-028, file number MAJ 05-020, and waive further reading of the text.
A second.
And that is moved by Vice Chair Stanley, seconded by Commissioner Duggan. And any discussion on the tentative map extension?
I'll just say that I understand the legal constraints that we have here, so I understand that, but I do want to sort of raise the red flag to staff and to engineering that as we move forward and as we annex all along Roseland, that we start looking at this. The Joe Rodota is a critical element of this sort of multimodal transportation system we have, and it's I think it's a beacon for a lot of communities. So I want us to be aware of that and not to saddle past projects. We need to move these forward, but I do believe that it's something that we need to be considering as we move forward.
Okay. Any other comments, discussion? Okay, your votes, please.
Chair Cisco, can
Yes.
make sure that the motion said as amended?
Well, I announced it as amended. I don't know if he read as
Thank you.
amended, but I did announce it as amended. Okay, so we're good? Okay, your votes, please. And that passes with 6 ayes, Commissioner Crocker being absent. And that concludes this item. Thank you. Congratulations. And let's take a 5-minute break before we move on to our next item.
Is this mine?
the meeting back to order. So if you could find a seat and be ready for us to start. We're going to be moving on to item number 12, which is the Oakmont Village Central Park item. And before we start that, I know a lot of you here have done this before, you understand the process, but there may be a lot of people that haven't. So I want to explain what we do. You've watched a little bit of it, but this is going to be a little bit more complicated. So I'm going to go ahead and describe that to you. So how this works is initially we have the staff making the presentation to us. We may have a minimal amount of questions just to clarify things. Next becomes the applicant to make their presentation, which is about a 10-minute presentation. And again, we may have just a few clarifying questions for that. We try to save our big questions for after the public hearing so that we're queuing off some of the concerns that we've heard from the public. So following the applicant's presentation, we'll conduct the public hearing. There's a lot of you that want to speak tonight, so I'm going to be cutting the amount of time that we speak from 3 minutes to 2 minutes. So you just, think about what you want to say and keep it in mind that I'm a pretty rigid timekeeper, so, and I'll give more instructions when we get to the public hearing part. Following the public hearing, we do have the applicant and staff come up. I'm keeping track of all your concerns and questions so that both the applicant and staff have an opportunity to respond to those concerns. And do that. And then we will have the Planning Commission will ask their questions and deal with their concerns. When that's all done, then we move to looking at the resolutions. This one, I think, sometimes there's a series of them that involve CEQA documents, et cetera. The real meaty part doesn't usually happen until we get to the conditional use permit. So I don't think we have that tonight. I think we'll get to the discussion immediately. So, be patient that if it looks like we're talking about something and we're not discussing the project, we will be discussing the project. So I also want to call attention to the fact that we do have a closed caption TV on this side. If there's any difficulties hearing, that does happen on this over here in this corner. And we have some, I'm not sure what they're called, but we have those coil items if you need some aid in hearing. I want to make sure everybody hears what they need to hear and understands what's happening here tonight. Okay, so with that, we're going to go ahead and begin, and we begin with ex parte disclosures. Any disclosures, Commissioner Dipple?
I visited the site.
Okay.
I visited the site.
I haven't visited the site recently, but last year during the election cycle, I was there quite often, so.
Okay. And I also visited the site, had a brief conversation with a member of OVA about the presentation. So I don't have any new information about the project, which we are supposed to say whether we did or didn't have any new information. Okay, so with that, Susie Murray is staff and will be giving our staff report.
Good evening, Chair Cisco and members of the Commission. The project before you tonight is the Oakmont Village Central Park. The proposal is to expand the recreation area. It includes the addition of some multi-use sports courts and also includes the parking reduction. It requires a minor use permit because any expansion of use or new use within that policy statement requires a conditional use permit, and the reduction of parking in and of itself would also require a conditional use permit. Here's an overhead view of the site. It's outlined in gold or orange, depending on which screen you're looking at. And as you can see to the east, west, and north, it's surrounded predominantly by residential uses. There are some small commercial uses on the corner of Oakmont Drive and White Oak. And then to the south, it's surrounded by both some residential uses and the golf course. Here's zooming in on the site. You can see that it's currently developed with a large parking lot, a bowling green, the central activity center, which you'll probably hear me refer to as the CAC for the rest of the presentation, a swimming pool, the burger center, a small maintenance building, and the putting green. And the putting green is the area that the area of development that the proposal pertains to. Some project history. The site, in 2007, the CAC was enlarged, and during that required design review and a conditional use permit. Part of that project included a parking reduction. At that time, there were 151 parking spaces. Since the application came in, it was originally scheduled to be heard by the zoning administrator back in February. And before the public meeting, we received a request for public hearing. Since then, we've received quite a bit of correspondence. The zoning code allows the zoning administrator to elevate the review of the project to the Planning Commission for consideration. For a variety of reasons, staff decided to take advantage of that. The size of the crowd expected tonight wouldn't have fit very well into room 7, a much smaller room, and also felt that the amount of comments and controversy regarding the project would be more suited for the Planning Commission rather than a single person zoning administrator. Here's the site plan, and this again is the area that is now the putting green. What you can see are 4 courts. Those are the 4 multi-use sport courts. The uses will likely be, it will likely be used for, if approved, almost solely pickleball. But we put multi-use there, so if people wanted to get out there with a tennis ball and racket or badminton, they could do that. At both ends of the courts, there's a spectator area. There's been some discussion whether or not bleachers would be allowed there. The bleachers would not. The project has been conditioned to allow benches and not bleachers. There was also some concern about the pond area on the east side of the sport courts. When the original project came in, it included 6 courts, and one of the courts was actually designed right over that pond. In response to some concerns from Oakmont residents, the courts were downsized to 4 courts and pulled away from that pond area. And then surrounding the courts, of course, all the green area is landscaping. There's a berm, there will be berms located both to the north and the south of the courts as well. So there are several relevant general plan policies and goals, and I thought these 3 were a pretty good representation. Pretty much what the general plan is looking for are providing areas of activity for special groups or special interests, and at the same time making sure that that development is done keeping impacts to neighbors in mind. The zoning code, for conditional use permits, the zoning code has 6 findings, required findings. Those findings are listed on the board, and those findings have been made. Parking. According to the zoning code, if you calculate the area out at that site, the variety of uses, both inside and outside, you come up, or staff calculated, 368 parking spaces. There are currently 158 parking spaces available. So, as I mentioned before, that reduction requires a minor conditional use permit. The proposed sport courts, while there was a parking survey done by the applicant team, and that was with staff's direction. That parking survey indicated that there would be a requirement for 24 more spaces, kind of a worst-case scenario. According to the zoning code, however, for the proposed sports courts, we have to use the number 37. Excuse me. So there are two findings that need to be made for that reduction, and both findings have been made. In terms of compliance with the California Environmental Quality Act, the project kind of qualified for 3 exemptions. The first one, because it complies with both the general plan and the zoning. The second 2 actually are categorical exemptions. It qualifies as an infill site, and also for an exemption because it involves the addition of a small structure. We also, as I already talked about the parking analysis, and I talked a little bit about the noise. Oh, actually, I don't think I have, so let's talk about the noise. On the south side of the courts, there is a 8-foot sound barrier proposed, and you'll see how that looks in some visual analysis coming up. And then on the south side of the swimming pool area, which is to the north of the courts, there's an additional sound barrier, a 5-foot sound barrier proposed on an existing fence there. Parking, you've heard about that, and then I'm trying to see my notes here. Well, that's not going to work. We're going by memory. Let me see. To the pond area, there was some concern about the pond area. There was a biological assessment done back in January of 2015 when the project first came in. And like I said, that's when the courts were proposed over the pond area. So the analysis at that point indicated that there was no evidence of endangered species there. But since then, the project was revised and pulled away from the pond. Ted Wingfield did a supplemental analysis and concluded that even in that marginal habitat that's available there, there would be no impacts because the construction is now 10 feet away from the pond. The report also concluded that because it's part of the golf course now, whatever habitat is there is already subject to human activities, so this wouldn't cause any additional impacts. Here's a photo simulation, and you'll see more photo simulations in the applicant's presentation, but we didn't want to duplicate them. So the top photograph here is what you see now, looking from the swimming pool area out towards the mountain and the golf course. And the lower is the proposed the photo simulation that includes the sound barrier and some of the landscape and what the view will be like. We did, as I said, receive a lot of neighborhood comments. The primary issues for staff's concerns included elevated noise, and the sound study concluded that as designed with the sound barriers, with the berms, the landscaping berms, that the project would comply with the city's noise ordinance. The lack of parking, I think the parking survey that was done indicated that there were never any fewer than 40 spaces available during peak periods of operation for that are anticipated hours of operation for the courts. I want to talk a little bit about the methodology that was used there. They selected some guidance, 5 to 7 consecutive days, and during hours of peak operation for the courts, which are pretty much 8 a.m. to 1 p.m., and that considers time change throughout the year. It also considers the heat. In the afternoon out at Oakmont, The wind kicks up and the heat also picks up, and it's very difficult to have an active sport like that in the afternoon. So the primary hours of operation are the morning hours. They chose 3 times. I believe they were 9:30, 11, and 1:30, and did parking counts 6 days in a row. They also included a couple of weekend days later on in the month of July. Again, there was one day, I think it was July 8th, that in the afternoon they got down to 40 available parking spaces and only 1 available ADA space. In all other cases, there were more available. In terms of aesthetics and the impacts to the views, you'll see more of those renderings in the applicant's presentation, but the mountains are still visible over the courts from all views. There is one view from the bridge, if you're familiar with the area out there. There's a bridge that goes over the pond that they will be keeping. And there's one view where I think that there will be an impact to the view of the mountain. In terms of habitat, even though there has not been any indication that there are any endangered species out there, they've addressed that. So with that, it's recommended by Planning and Economic Development that the Planning Commission approve a minor conditional use permit to allow the expansion of the recreation area, including 4 multi-purpose sport courts and a parking reduction at 6633 Oakmont Drive. I'm available for questions. I didn't have visibility in my notes, so I might have missed some information. If you have any questions, I'm here. And I know the applicant wants to make a presentation as well.
Right. Before I ask for questions, Ms. Murray, could you clarify what our role is tonight? I know we got lots of letters and documents about how the homeowners association works and that process. So just so that the public is really aware what we do tonight and what we have jurisdiction over.
The Planning Commission's role here tonight is about the land use. It really focuses on the land use. Yes, there are questions about what the processes are, what they're allowed to do out in their CC&Rs. That's outside our purview, your purview. We're the city is looking at it strictly from a land use perspective, and before you can approve, deny, or continue the item, if the Planning Commission approves the item, the findings have to be made. And the findings have been made. So, does that answer?
Yes, it does. Thanks. Any other questions of staff right now? Commissioner Gronica?
Probably at this point, it'd be a little more general to you, Susie, than when we discuss with the applicant a bit later. But first, on the parking itself, my sense of this, and I've participated in far too many parking studies in my life and so on and so forth, but we're not really reducing existing parking. And the number 24 that was the estimated number of people, maximum participants at any given time, I assume, on the pickleball courts. And so they would be absorbed inside that 40 available spaces. Am I correct in that?
Correct. Yeah, the parking reduction doesn't eliminate any parking. It just says that they're not meeting the requirements of the zoning code, and that we're making the necessary findings to reduce what's normally required in the zoning code. And out there, if you consider the size, the variety of uses that are inside the building, outside the building, the different times, I mean, if everything were happening all at the same time, they'd require 368 parking spaces likely, but it's not. They're very good at organizing it, so things are staggered, so.
Okay, yeah, go ahead.
Just one other question. I assume this is correct, but in the staff report, I think you allude to the acoustical study and the statements about the reduction of decibel level, both at the pool and at the proposed pickleball courts. Are those numbers that are in the staff report, do they tie directly back to the acoustical study?
They do, and there are a couple of experts in this room that can give you a lot more information about that than I can, both the gentleman from Illingworth and Rotkin, I believe, and then, of course, our chief building official, and they can both speak about DBA better than I can.
And so we may want to wait after the public hearing for those kinds of questions. And yeah, Commissioner Duggan.
Yeah, I just wanted clarification. Earlier today, you sent out an email in response to some questions that were generated by somebody on the commission, and it talked about that there's actually earth that was moved to where the putting green is, so there's actually going to be 2 feet of that will be taken away, and then plus the berms. So the new like elevation of the floor of the court is going to be 2 feet lower than what's out there right now.
Correct.
So how high are the walls going to be?
They're going to be 8 feet.
Okay.
They'll be from top of grade.
From top of grade, but the grade is going to be
and the
2 feet lower than it is
the
now.
grade will be, yeah, the grade will be lowered. It's kind of recycled dirt here. It was pulled out of the pond area to create the pond, and now it's being pulled out of the sport court area to create the berms. Okay. And the berm on the south side will be a little bit taller than the berm on the north side. That's intentional. That plays into site drainage and the LID features. It also, low impact development and that side of it. And it also provides a little bit extra sound barrier and screening. Those berms will be landscaped.
Okay, thank you.
You bet.
Okay, any other questions of staff right now? Great, thanks, Ms. Murray. And our applicant is here and would like to make a presentation. Come on down.
This mouse and I don't get along. Sandy, help. I can't get the mouse to work. Why is our mouse not moving? Thanks.
Good evening. My name is Frank Batchelor. I'm a member of the Board of Directors of the Oakmont Village Association, and I'm the current president. First, I'd like to thank all of you for taking your time to hear our proposed project. We're very excited about it on the board. This multi-use sports complex is nothing new. It's been in the works for 2 years. We've had 3 separate Board of Directors who have approved this concept and the actual site that we're talking about. So it's nothing new with this particular board. A lot of volunteer time has been put into this, and we believe that the site that's been selected is the best site, if not the only site that's really feasible to put in this sports complex. So we would really appreciate your consideration and your support of this. The board has an ad hoc committee of volunteers who have worked on this project. I'm going to introduce them at this time, who will give you the presentation. Noel Lyons and Anita Eastland are the co-chairs, and Noel will be speaking. Thank you.
Thank you, Frank. Good evening, Commissioners and Chair Cisco. Give me just a moment. Okay. I just want to mention that in addition to the people that Frank mentioned, we have 2 other directors here this evening, Director Andy Altman and John Felton. And the team tonight also includes our association manager, Cassie Turner, Laurie Cagwin from Cagwin Landscaping Design, and Michael Till, the acoustic consultant from Illingworth and Rodkin. They'll be available to address any technical questions that you may have. So I intend to take about 10 minutes to go over the aspects of the project. I guess after that we have the public hearing. I do request that after the public hearing I'll have an opportunity to comment as appropriate. So our goal this evening is to take the next logical step in bringing the relevant active sport of pickleball to Oakmont, a sport that's rapidly growing locally as well as nationwide. Obviously, it is about the details of the site plan, like this, but it's also about providing a recreational amenity that's of growing importance in Oakmont. To that end, a brief history may prove useful. Pickleball actually came to Oakmont almost 3 years ago when some Saddle Club members invited neighbors to play as guests on their courts. Little did they know that in a few months, pickleball would become so popular that we literally wore out our welcome at the Saddle Club. Oakmont is known for having lots of special interest groups, and so when we started finding out how many of us there were, we did what always happens. They organized a club. And so the Oakmont Pickleball Club was formed in March of 2013, and the first concept was presented to the board in July of 2013. So as Frank said, it's been going around for a while. By June of that year, it was clear that we needed to find a place to play pickleball in Oakmont. And the OVA board in June added pickleball facility to its goals for the year. They authorized temporary use of one tennis court in October of that year, and in November appointed the ad hoc committee to develop plans for a permanent facility. So I just want to note, this is not an initiative of a pickleball club or even a committee, but it is an amenity that has been supported by 3 consecutive OVA boards. Over the last 2 years, the community developed a proposal for a Central Park amenity, shared these plans with the community. Community outreach included several presentations, including board meetings, as well as general meetings, along with numerous Oakmont News articles, the sampling of which I believe is in your packet. So we started out with a plan for 6 courts and a picnic area, including building over the old golf hazard, and quickly removed that, then came up with a plan that shifted the courts away from residences, then removed one of the courts that was going to be built over the existing shuffleboard areas, partly to just reduce the scope of the project, and then finally removed the picnic area, again to reduce scope and adjust to the neighbors' concerns, and finally moved the courts further away from the pond so that we end up with the plan that you see on the screen right now. The other thing I'd like to do, besides the history, is just briefly address some of the concerns that opponents have brought to bear. They have placed into the record a petition with hundreds of signatures, which was actually addressed to the OVA's Board of Directors, but since it has been put into the record, I should point out it lists cost as reason number 1. Anecdotal evidence leads me to conclude that many, possibly most people who signed it did so for that reason. But since this is an OVA endeavor, cost is not an issue here tonight, as long as it's clear that OVA has the resources to build and obviously maintain this. You don't want something built that nobody could maintain. The petition also mentions, and so does your correspondence, effect on pool users. So it would indicate to me that despite our best efforts in the community, many signers were simply not familiar with the actual proposal. There is no 10-foot fences, and because of sound mitigation, we can assure that nobody's peace will be, quote, shattered by incessant noise, unquote. Furthermore, we'd submit that's hardly a tranquil setting, as it has been portrayed, since it is the only Oakmont pool that allows grandchildren. There are also 2 ping pong tables on the pool deck, and there's a significant amount of ambient noise from traffic and other nearby activities, which was established by the sound study. Another concern was the effect on nearby residents. But the proposed location was chosen specifically because it would impact the fewest number of homes and other buildings, and because both the sound and the visual impacts are readily mitigated at that site. The key to sound mitigation was the use of acoustic fencing, which looks like this, but the neighbors on the south side will not see that fence because that acoustic fabric is on the inside of the courts. But on the outside, there will not only be landscape screening, but until that landscaping becomes mature, we're going to hang fence fabric, which has this ivy pattern to it. So that's probably not a permanent solution, but until the landscaping becomes mature, it does a good job, as shown as we'll show when I get to the visuals representations there. The other concern was that the views. Well, the ground level will be attractively screened. The tree line and skyline views remain. This is, by the way, what the putting green looked like last time we took a picture of it. It's not the greatest view. This is not pristine open space as it's been described. This does show what the current view is from the pool deck at the time that the visual representations were done mid-year, actually in the spring. And this is what it'll look like after the pool. So again, you see the before and the after. Now, certainly the foreground view does include some aspects that weren't there. They're going to see a windscreen, and on the other side of that translucent green windscreen, there'll be people playing pickleball. But the mountains and the new plantings still provide a different but pleasant aspect. More important than the views from the pool, though, because we consider, let's face it, this is an OVA amenity and the pool is an OVA amenity, and it's all one parcel. So that's kind of like in-house. But more important, what we think, is the neighbors, and this is why we use this site, because we can manage both sound and view from the neighbors. And so if we look from behind the closest residence, this is the current view behind 307 Laurel Leaf. And this is what the digital simulation shows that person will see as the plants start to grow in. You can see, I don't know if I can make this mouse work there. Oh, see, I ended up changing pictures instead. There we go. Okay, so right up there, that's where you see that ivy fabric fence, and then these are the plantings that are along the berm. These are existing pondside plants that seem to come and go with the seasons, because there's not much there right now. Finally, parking has been mentioned. I won't say much more about that, since the study already confirms the adequate parking, and staff, you have a complete copy of the parking study. Staff has already confirmed that the parcel is already, and has been for years, under a parking reduction, and that this is just a finding that we're asking to continue the existing parking reduction. There's no loss of parking spaces. Finally, concerns have been raised about alternate sites, and again, you know, the ad hoc committee did consider various locations within Oakmont. There is some vacant land along Stonebridge Road which is considered, as well as between Quail Run development and the highway, but those would have caused significant costs. We'd have to build parking and restrooms there on sites that currently have no services. The Stonebridge site in particular would have also required significant hillside grading. The existing tennis courts have been suggested. They are already in high demand, and they have special challenges of noise mitigation due to their topography. But I think the key point is, for tonight, the location of the CAC is the only site for which the OVA is seeking a permit. So this is the proposed plan. Again, This is what the hearing is about, but it's also about this, providing another recreational amenity in the right place in Oakmont. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Any questions? Great. I was going to comment on it. That's good. Okay, yeah, Commissioner Dipple.
When you go back to that picture of, how long ago was that picture taken of the putting green?
That picture was taken in the fall of this year.
And does it look like that now?
It's gotten greener because it started raining.
Right.
But
does anybody use it?
It was being used very little up until about a year ago, I guess. Some of the history, apparently, well before our time, the first golf course, the clubhouse for the first golf course is where Umpqua Bank and some other tenants are on the corner of White Oak and Laurel Leaf. And that was the practice green before you went out to play. And over the years, of course, the golf course has developed differently. It's been reallocated. And so that was left as a practice green. But since then, the golf course has built a very nice practice area that's got green, sand bunkers, places you can chip next to the driving range. And so it's used by a few people who don't want to go down to the golf course and just want to hit a few balls, but it's gotten you less and less maintenance over years, and it's become like putting on, your backyard instead of actual putting green surface.
So this would not prevent anyone that wanted to use a putting green they could still, there's another putting green available to them if they want.
There are 3 other putting greens in Oakmont, and they're all available at you don't have to pay anybody to use them. Yeah.
Any other questions right now, Mr. Lyons? Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, so we are going to move to the public hearing now, and I'm already seeing a couple of things that I wanted to mention, and that is that during the public hearing, we don't want cheering, we don't want booing. If you agree with the speaker, you can raise your hand, yellow card in this case. We do see that, and it's very effective, but we want to keep the decorum of the meeting by not having it be noisy. It also takes up time. Okay, so how the public hearing will go, I've had 2 requests from 2 groups of people to do a sequenced presentation. So I am going to start with those 2 groups and then go to the rest of the cards. You may hear somebody make the point that you want to make if you filled out a card. Again, you can raise your hand to indicate that you agree with the speaker. If you choose to, you can not speak, or you can come down and say, I agree with the prior speaker, so that you don't have to keep making the same point over and over again, so that we can, we definitely want to hear everybody's viewpoint, but if you do hear your point made and you choose to not make it again, just raise your hand and we'll see that you agree with that particular speaker. Okay, so with that, I'm also going to ask people to queue up, and what that means is I'll call the name of the person that's coming down to speak, and I'll also call the name of the next person. So if that second person could get ready to come down or go up to one of the microphones, and I'll keep doing that, bringing in the next person so that you'll be alerted to the fact that you can move to one of the microphones. Again, that just helps keep things moving along. So, okay, so with that, I'm going to begin with this first group of 12 speakers, and that starts with Ellen Lesnick, and following Ellen is Larry Souza. And again, if you come down, please state your name for the record. You're going to have 2 minutes. And take a look at the little light system here. It'll go from green to yellow as you're getting close to the end, and red, and the buzzer will go off. And I will ask you to stop when the buzzer stops. So
I'm sorry, where's the light?
the lights are right there, and right in front of you. See those? Okay, great.
Thank you. I'm Ellen Lesnick, a homeowner in Oakmont. On behalf of 1,165 Oakmont residents who signed the petition opposing construction of pickleball courts in the CAC, I'm asking you to reject OVA's application for the conditional use permit. This site is unsuitable for the proposed use, and granting a permit would constitute a nuisance and be injurious and detrimental to the public interest, health, convenience, and welfare of the overwhelming majority of Oakmont residents. Furthermore, it will materially be injurious to persons whose private property and businesses are located in the vicinity of the proposed project site. We do not oppose pickleball in Oakmont. It has been played at another location there for the last 2 years, and we welcome the expansion of pickleball courts at that site. We have made numerous offers to pickleball club members to work with them on implementing such plan, but all our offers have remained unanswered. The proposed project is not compatible with current and future land uses in the CAC. It does not take into consideration greatly increased parking requirements due to the planned expansion of the Burger Center and the addition of the Meadows, the newest subdivision in Oakmont, located in close proximity to the CAC. The project greatly interferes with other current land uses of the proposed site, including the existing and much-used horseshoe facility and, of course, the central swimming pool, which serves as the healing environment for its users, many of whom suffer from various disabilities and chronic pain. Pickleball proponents have submitted a number of studies and documents in support of the application. Unfortunately, such studies and documents are deeply flawed and are unreliable because they were produced as a result of a deeply flawed process guided by people with a direct conflict of interest. Despite our numerous requests, we were not allowed to participate in the Pickleball Committee's discussions of the project or the content of studies.
Thank you. Thank you. So Larry Souza. Okay, thanks for that. And next is Ken Hyman, if you'd be ready.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. Excuse me, my name is Larry Souza. I live at 7628 Oakleaf Drive. A huge concern of ours regards the proposed project is the impact it will have on parking. Oakmont has already been granted a parking variance to satisfy the requirements when the Central Activity Center was expanded. In order for this project to move forward, another parking variance will have to be granted. This would greatly affect any future necessary expansions of the Burger Center. Plans have been underway for the past year to expand the Burger Centers, which will definitely increase the need for additional parking in this area. Also increasing the demand for more parking at the CAC is the new development at the Meadows. Additionally, the new assisted living development will potentially create a demand for more parking, with employees and visitors taking up existing parking. The parking survey that was conducted by pickleball proponents Anita Eastland and Noel Lance was completely one-sided and biased, as none of the opponents of this project were asked to participate in the study. We are a community of seniors, the average age of 77, who require more handicap parking, not less. To grant yet another parking variance to accommodate the sports court at the proposed site, especially with the needed and forthcoming upgrade expansion of the Burger Center, would have a huge negative impact on this area. This particular photo was taken today at 2:35, and the parking lots that we were talking about, there is not a space open. And it's a rainy day, and it's a Thursday, and at 2:35, it's full. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Ken Hyman, and following Ken is Kimber Patterson.
I'm Ken Heyman, and I live in Oakmont. I urge you to reject the OVA's application for conditional use permit. The visualization analysis file that was submitted, number MNP 14-014, was submitted to the commission by Noel Lyons, who was the 2014 president of the Pickleball Club, and he's the co-chair of the ad hoc Pickleball Committee. It's incomplete, it's misleading, it's inaccurate. There are important sight lines that were omitted from this document. These are views from specific locations that are enjoyed year-round on a daily basis by many Oakmont residents and businesses, and they will be obstructed by this proposed pickleball complex. The photo visualizations that you received were shot from a very wide angle. They understate the visual impact by exaggerating the landscaping in the foreground and minimizing the size relationship to the courts, relationship of the courts to that landscape. Current open space views of mountains, grass, trees, and the pond, and even Annandale Park will be permanently blocked by a green, vinyl-clad chain link fence covered in plastic ivy. No matter how you dress it up, no matter what sort of landscaping you put around it, it's a chain link fence with acoustablock barrier that will wall off the tranquil beauty of the existing natural surroundings. It's obstructive, it's visual pollution, and it'll look like a walled-in prison yard.
If you could wrap that up like now.
That's it?
Yeah.
Okay.
Thank you. Kimber Patterson, and followed by Carrie Oswald.
I have photographs, so I just want to be sure I understand how to use it.
Okay, our secretary can.
Great.
Looks like he got it.
Okay. All right, thank you.
And you do have to, even though you're wanting to show the photographs, you do have to speak into the microphone, or we can't capture what you're saying.
Yes, thank you. My name is Kimber Patterson. I live on Stonebridge Road in Oakmont. These photos submitted on November 8th show a clearer understanding of views that will be permanently obstructed by a court at this location. These sightlines were admitted from the visualization analysis by the ad hoc pickleball committee. Red arrows denotes the center of the proposed court. Not sure you're going to be able to really see them very well. There. These treadmills are prime real estate at the fitness center because it gives the sense of walking outside. This view promotes better health. Whether due to injury, weather, or age, it's not always possible for residents to walk outside, and instead would be facing a walled-off structure of plastic. It's a better view of where the court would be. Also, there is this commercial building. It currently houses doctors, law, finance, and other services important to Oakmont residents. We need to encourage more businesses in Oakmont, not less. This location will constitute a nuisance to tenants, and the blocked views, and particularly the noise, will be materially injurious to this property. Let's see. That's the view. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Ms. Patterson. So next is Carrie Oswald, and then he's followed by Mike Connolly.
Commissioners, my name is Kerry Oswald. My focus is on the acoustic impact of the proposed project CAC. The environmental noise assessment was limited to the CAC and pickleball. Residents have not been allowed to inquire about the contents of the final document. My concerns: the noise assessment recommendation of acoustic fencing begs the Santa Rosa policy NSB 5 for noise mitigation, such as a sound wall, is the least desirable alternative. The noise assessment report and supporting documents for pickleball are incomplete, inaccurate, and inconsistent. Please see noise report pages 6 to 10. For example, existing noise environment says closest noise sensitive uses and completely ignores the closest commercial building 90 feet from the central court. The project sound measurements were made hourly between 8 to 5 p.m. in variance to the fact that both the supporting document, hours of play, and this hearing's resolution state that it's from 8 to 7 p.m. which affects the assessment, doesn't it? The short-term baseline study measurement at the East Rec site is without a noise graph. It does not measure pitch, which is an intrusive sound like a ping at 120 feet, and can vary from 49 to 78 decibels of maximum instantaneous noise level, depending on how hard the game is played. The alternative sites of the East and West Rec ambience noise levels were referred to without supporting data. Half of the noise of pickleball is instantaneous noise, which is significantly higher than the 55 decibel ambience noise of city code, from 5 to 23 decibels. Converting tennis courts is claimed to be noise very unfeasible without documentation at these sites, which are only eyeballed according to the ad hoc chairs. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Connolly. Mr. Oswald. Mike Connolly is next, and then followed by Karen Oswald.
Good evening. My name is Mike Connolly. I live on Fairfield Drive in Oakmont. I agree with these issues that have been raised, but I wanted to raise one more issue. Under the proposed resolution from the Planning Commission, item number 5 on page 3 states, quote, "The site plan identifies 2 waiting areas, one located at each end of the courts. Benches are permitted within those areas, bleachers are not permitted within those areas," end quote. According to the plan, they were originally designed for tournament bleachers. One end allows 16 to 18 spectators, the other end allows 18 to 24 spectators, for a total of 34 to 42 total. Meanwhile, the hours of play document states 16 players with 8 waiting will be using the facility. In addition, the parking survey quotes a maximum attendance of 24 people. Although the Planning Commission rejected tournament play, round-robin play with other pickleball clubs in the area is being planned. This is a form of tournament play. Changing the name does not change the fact that tournaments are being planned at these new courts, and we already have these parking issues, so I urge you to look at this.
Great, thank you very much. Next is Karen Oswald, followed by Carolyn Betancourt.
Hi, I'm Karen Oswald. I'm an Oakmont resident, and I'm here representing those people who didn't sign the petitions or are not here tonight because they fear retaliation from the OVA board, management, and some pickleball players because they oppose this project. They range in age from 50 to 101. Many of them are wealthy, some are on fixed incomes, some of them are very physically active and active in the community, some of them are disabled and homebound. Tonight you'll hear things like, "Pickleball saved my life," but in reality, this project will negatively impact the health and well-being and the safety of many Oakmont residents. Excuse me. At 80 feet from center court, the central pool is the closest to the proposed project. Water therapy and swimming are some of the most therapeutic and healing forms of exercise and are routinely medically prescribed for a number of ailments. Such an environment is also known as a medically healing environment in the medical profession. All of this will be destroyed by this project. The proposed plexiglass on the only open wall by the pool will reduce the airflow through the pool area. It will impact the heat and the climate, and it will also create a more heavily dense concentration of chlorine. According to the EPA, chlorine is a toxic pesticide, and as a suspected cause of asthma and bronchitis, it could be deadly to our friends and neighbors. Please deny this permit. This project will destroy our most cherished amenity, the beauty and the serenity and peace of this area.
Thank you. Next is Carolyn Betancourt, followed by Linda Van Bakker.
Hi, I live on Oakleaf Drive in Oakmont, and at the heart of this project is the negative impact it will have on residents who use the existing nearby facilities and those who live near the proposed new courts. When Lynn McAleer purchased her home at 307 Laurel Leaf Drive in 2013, there were no plans to build a sports park next to her backyard. The stress caused by a future of inescapable noise affected her sleep and health, and she sold her home in May of 2015. The new owners who purchased her home have also signed our petition. Other residents in this area fear having to live with the noise, visual impact, and reduced property values. Granting the permit would constitute a nuisance or be injurious or detrimental to the public interest, health, safety, convenience, or welfare, or materially injurious to persons, property, or improvements in the vicinity and zoning district in which the property is located. We do not object to having pickleball in Oakmont, but support using already existing underutilized tennis courts that could be restriped for pickleball, like the City of Santa Rosa has done at Finley Park. This proposed project has caused much dissension due to the negative visual and noise impact, peace of mind, and parking concerns. Exercise provides many health benefits, but equally important are the health benefits that having a visually and serene place to live and relax afford, which has a restorative effect on a person's health and well-being. Please do not approve a use permit to build these courts at the Central Recreation Center. Thank you.
Thank you. The next is Linda Van Bakker, which I hope I'm pronouncing that right, followed by Tom Benami.
Good evening. Along with being an Oakmont resident, my husband and I lease office space at 6641 Oakmont Drive, which belongs to Brad Benson. If this project proceeds, it will have a definite negative impact on what the noise and parking and view will be to our business and all surrounding businesses. When leasing this office space, we sought a quiet place to conduct our business and one with a peaceful view. Of greater concern is the impact of this project will do to the existing parking at Benson's parking lot, which is the closest parking to the proposed courts. Mr. Benson's offices will be the most impacted visually by this project. The limited amount of parking in the Benson parking lot is currently being divided among Umpqua Bank, the chiropractic office of Robert Bliss, an attorney, a real estate office, our business of Van Bakken and Associates, and whatever new tenants will occupy the vacant office space that Brad Benson will ultimately lease. It will become an issue for Mr. Benson to control the additional parking that will take place in his lot if this project moves forward. The unauthorized use of this parking lot by the players of the current petanque courts already exists. With talks of round-robin tournament play taking place with these pickleball courts, there would be a definite problem controlling the existing parking. As residents and business people, we ask you to deny the use permit for this project. Thank you.
Thank you. Tom Benami, followed by Jeanette, looks like Luini.
Thank you. I'm Tom Bonomi, and I live in Oakmont. And this project should be rejected for the following reasons. You just heard of one, Linda McAteer, a homeowner who moved. I was going to tell you about it, but you've already heard about it, so I won't repeat it. But she did sell her home and move to another one in Oakmont because her health was affected by just the thought of having pickleball nearby. In Saddlebrook, an over 55 community similar to Oakland that's located in Tucson, Arizona, has required, well, they had pickleball courts, they closed them down, and they have required that new pickleball courts be at least 400 feet from homes because of the noise and the resulting loss of the value to the nearby homes. In addition, the proposed site does not have easy access for construction equipment. A recent construction project at the West Rec facility at Oakmont killed several large redwood trees near the construction site. Getting the heavy equipment and materials to the proposed Central Activity Center can prove even more damaging due to some more serious accessibility issues. Please reject their use permit. Thank you.
Thank you. So again, Jeanette Luini, and followed by Richard Duncan.
My name is Jeanette Luini. For those of us Oakmont residents not fortunate enough to live on the golf course, the CAC pool deck is our shared patio where we can go relax, read, and enjoy marvelous golf course vistas. Once I spoke to a resident who told me she would consider it a desecration to proceed with the pickleball courts. She said the pool deck was her temple, her sanctuary. The resolution states that the proposed use is consistent with the Santa Rosa General Plan. I disagree. It is quite clear that the project violates Guiding Principles 9 of the Santa Rosa General Plan 2035. The natural assets of Santa Rosa, such as creeks, mature trees, and skylines, shall be conserved, restored, and showcased. How can pickleball courts with their acoustablock covered fences be said to showcase Santa Rosa's natural assets? Ivy patterned vinyl is not an adequate replacement for natural views of grass, forests, and mountains. Clearly, the proposed pickleball courts will be a sound and visual nuisance not compatible with existing uses. There are 3 locations at the CAC adjacent to the golf course that should be considered sensitive receptors: the pool deck and spa, the central gathering area, and the CAC patio, and the newly remodeled Burger Plaza. The pickleball courts are being left open on the CAC side, and noise will significantly impact residents' enjoyment of these 3 popular areas. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, that is, oh wait, I'm sorry, I forgot you were coming up to call you. Richard Duncan.
Good evening. Thank you for hearing us. My name is Richard Duncan. I've been an Oakmont resident for 6 years, and I'm here to talk about dueling petitions. We heard from Mr. Lyons that the opponent to this pickleball project, some 1,165 in number, I thought it rather insulting and demeaning that he should reflect upon the cognitive abilities of elder Oakmonters in as much as they're not able to understand what they were signing. However, a petition signed by Oakmonters suggests otherwise. It represents a remarkably large proportion of our community, considering that only 1,401 ballots were cast in the last Oakmont board election. All signatures on our petition belong to Oakmont residents and are readily verifiable, having affixed their names and addresses to the petition. Compare this with the 274 signatures on the petition supporting the project. 43, or 16% of those folks, do not even live in Oakmont. Many reside in such towns as Winchester, Massachusetts, Ukiah, Cloverdale, Healdsburg, Petaluma, and Sebastopol. They will not be the users of the proposed pickleball courts, nor will they be paying for their construction or paying for their maintenance. Another 66 people, or 24%, did not provide their addresses, and in some cases, even their names, just an unintelligible signature that cannot be verified. And in one case, all we have is Bo, which may be the name of some canine supporter. In other words, 40% of signatories have no dog in this hunt. This leaves a meager 165 signatures with approximate 142 pickleball club members, a mere 14% of those who oppose the construction. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, so that ends the first group of sequenced presentations. I'm going to the second group now, and that begins with Bill Lucker, followed by Tom Kendrick.
My name is Bill Lucker, and I'm here to support pickleball at Oakmont.
I think the case was made very well by Noel and your staff, so I won't go further into that. But I would actually urge the commission to do what they can to facilitate the building of pickleball courts in Santa Rosa in general, because those of us that are seniors who have played other sports have found pickleball to be a wonderful way to spend our senior years. Thank you for your time.
Great, thank you. Again, Tom Kendrick, followed by Michael Martin.
Tom Kendrick, Oakmont, California. I've lived there for a year and a half, so I'm a relative newcomer. A lot of this stuff has gone on a long time before I got there, but I somehow became the president of the pickleball club. I think I forgot to step backwards with everyone else. So I really don't know what to add. We have a lot of people who want to play pickleball. I think the lady who sold her house turned a pretty tidy profit when she sold her house, and the lady who bought the house there did so knowing we had a proposed pickleball project nearby. You can't please everyone in this world, and this project affects the least amount of residents in Oakmont. I spoke with one of our local real estate agents, McBride Realty. I asked her if incoming prospective buyers ever ask about pickleball. She told me all the time. Other than that, I don't really know what else to say. Do you have any questions for me?
We don't do questions with the public hearing, but thank you. Okay. Michael Martin, followed by Diane Naylor.
I debate whether to show this. That's me. I'd get a little more upbeat moment here today. 8.5 years ago, I was diagnosed with a grade 3 glioma, brain tumor, the prognosis of 18 months. Well, after 6 months, the tumor started growing again. And at that point, I said, shit. And I went and got some powdered milk biscuits, and they continued with a new drug. And I'm the only one who survived. So I decided to keep going. And I want to keep going. But I have a little problem with balance, stamina, coordination. And I've been trying to find some way of getting back to myself, getting back to who I was. And I'm determined to keep trying. And so far, pickleball is the only thing I can come up with that gives me that kind of growth and ability. Hopefully I'm starting to make a few connections back in there that help me get my coordination back and my balance back. And it's great. It does exactly that. I'm here for pickleball.
Great, thank you. Diane Naylor.
Yes, hello, I'm Diane Naylor. I'm a resident of Oakmont and also a pickleball player. I was a lifelong tennis player, and then because of injury was not able to play tennis, and so I switched to pickleball. Because I am a physical therapist by profession, I think I'm professionally qualified to assess how pickleball helps people with several different areas. All Oakmont residents, as you know, have to be at least 55 years of age, and it's well documented that there's a decline in physical function as one ages. The benefits of pickleball to me are the following. First, musculoskeletal. Pickleball is essentially a smaller scale racket sport without the wear and tear on the joints and the muscles that tennis can cause. Number two, balance. With pickleball, you're still running side to side, up and back, so challenges to balance are intrinsic in the game of pickleball. Coordination. A game where you and the ball are moving at the same time while you're swinging a paddle takes a lot of coordination. Number four, strength. The sport requires holding your body upright versus gravity, and so will increase strength by using essentially every muscle in the body and while moving through space at the same time. And lastly, number five, psychosocial and memory. This is a social game with usually 4 people interacting on one court at a time. Socially, the benefits also include preventing isolation, preventing depression, and lastly, even scoring the game can be challenging, so there's also an improvement in memory that's an enhanced benefit of pickleball. So thank you, and I ask you to please support this project.
Okay, thank you. And that also concludes that sequenced group. So now I'm going to just our regular cards, and I'm going to begin with Ross Warboys, and then followed by Nancy Landing.
My name is Ross Warboys, and I live in Oakmont. I'm one of many pickleball players who enjoys the game. Pickleball is great exercise for me as a senior, and I believe it is necessary for the future for pickleball in Oakmont to have these courts installed for this popular sport. Thank you.
Thank you. Nancy Landing, followed by Lee Sowen. Okay.
Good evening. I'm Nancy Landy, resident of Oakmont, and I just want to point out that Oakmont is a senior active community, and part of the activities that I thoroughly enjoy is pickleball. It is wonderful because it allows me to be competitive with multi-generations. There is nothing that gives me more pleasure than beating my sons in pickleball or, sorry, my grandchildren also. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Mr. Sowen gave up his time. Next is Susan Hazelwood, followed by Bev Levay. Or, well, sorry if I murdered your name. There's this little accent thing over it. I wasn't quite sure what that meant.
I'm Susan Hazelwood. I'm also a resident of Oakmont, an avid pickleball player, love the game, and would hate to see it not exist at Oakmont. I also am the membership chairperson for our pickleball club, and I just wanted to cite a couple of statistics. We started very small in 2013. I was not there. And then we moved probably from 30 people to 100 people within about 6 months. And in 2015, our membership roster has increased by 40%. So we're up to about 140, 45 members at this time. And we all love it and hope that you will approve our project. Thank you.
Thank you. Next is Bev. I'll let you pronounce your last name. And followed by Ron, who I'll let him pronounce his last name.
Bev Levy.
Levy.
A perspective. My husband and I moved to Oakmont in 2002. Our immediate introduction was angst about extending the hours for our grandchildren to use the central swimming pool by 1 hour in the heat of summer. Nastiness prevailed, and it took 2 years, but now it's been further extended twice. Community garden project. Marches, petitions, and dire consequences were predicted. Now we all take pride in our shared gardens, and it has been enlarged. Our Central Activities Center building, which included enlarging the size of the fitness center, brought door-to-door petitions, threats of lawsuits, and even a life threat for one of the board of directors. It was built, we are proud of it, and now there is an acknowledged need to extend library and fitness center both in hours of operation and in size. You get my drift. My perspective is that we have opponents on every project who get their bowels in a real uproar. It seems to be the Oakmont way. But when it's all said and done and our elected board of directors moves forward, we end up benefiting from their collective, thoughtful decisions. Please let the permit be approved.
Thank you. Next is Ron Levy, and followed by Jackie Kinney.
I am Ron Levy. I'm married to Bev LeVay, and I kind of like that. I think it's typical for men to accept their wives' names in this day. So there you go. She told you we've been there for a while, and I'm very happy with pickleball. 2 years ago, I had a double bypass, and at the age of 77, I figured, whoops, you know, what the hell do I do now? I play tennis, I play golf, and my doctor said to me, what else can you do? I said, pickleball. He looked up pickleball. He says, oh, I've seen that played. 2 of them, actually. My eye doctor, who thinks that helps my eyes, and my cardiologist, who thinks that it's helping all of this. And he said, actually, it's like the Japanese who were using a ping pong as therapy for stroke victims. I imagine they'll be using this soon, too. So I'm very happy with the people there who are wonderful, positive, fun-loving, and maybe we do make a little bit more noise, but we're having a hell of a good time, you know. And so I think this is important. Everything else has been said, that we need this. We're a growing community. We're an older community that needs to upgrade, needs to bring new young people in, which we are. We don't want to discourage them. And this is great for us. This is really great for us. So I would encourage all you, one more thing. There's so much talk about tranquility. This particular corner where we're going is between buildings. There's a fire station that is 2 blocks away. We're on the busiest street in Oakmont, you know. So, I mean, there are sirens, you know. This is not that noisy a sport, and it's a perfect place to be. We're not near any homes. Everybody, all the objections here come from people who talk like they're living right around the pickleball courts. There are 5,000 people in Oakmont, 2,400 homes. There are about 4 homes that might be affected by this. So, and those people at the pool who are worried about their serenity and their tranquility. We have kids jumping in the pool, screaming, having a hell of a good time. We have ping pong tables, which is not exactly a quiet sport, and that's even closer to the pool than we are. So I think this is a really good area and a really good time. We need good, interested people coming to Oakmont. The city needs you in in your tax base. We all need each other. Let's keep people moving into what I think is a wonderful community, and let's build it in the right direction, which pickleball absolutely does.
Great, thank you. Jackie Kinney, followed by Marcia Litza.
Hi, I am a pickleball club member, but I'm speaking for 2 members who couldn't be here tonight, but they wrote a letter together and wanted someone to read it. That's me. Dear Planning Commission, we would like to express our support to constructing permanent pickleball courts at Oakmont. As you know, pickleball is a growing sport in Santa Rosa, as evidenced by the increasing number of players at Finley Park and their request for additional courts. We believe that it is very important for Oakmont to have their own courts for the following reasons. 1, the average age of players at Oakmont is much greater than at Finley. Based on a recent survey of the Oakmont Pickleball Club, the average age is over 70 years of age. We estimate that the average age at Finley is around 50 at most. The players at Finley are much more active, athletic, stronger, faster, and much better. Number 2, the level of play at Finley is much higher than at Oakmont. Most of the players at Oakmont are beginners or intermediate at best. At their age, their level of play will not increase as quickly, should say at our age, their level of play will not increase as quickly or at all compared to the players at Finley. The players at Finley are much more competitive, as at Oakmont, the players are more recreational and engage more in the social aspect of the sport. Number 3, pickleball is a very social sport, and the social aspect is the most important at Oakmont, whereas competition is more important at Finley. Number 4, if there are no pickleball courts at Oakmont, we would venture to guess that many of the Oakmont players would not engage in the sport because of the distance of travel to Finley, or because many would be intimidated by the play there. Number 5, because of the difference in age and level of play, our major concern would be the higher risk of injury to the Oakmont players trying to play. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Marcia Lisa, followed by Eva McGinn.
I'm Marcia Lietze. I retired a year ago and decided to move to Oakmont. Oakmont is a beautiful place and offers an active underlying lifestyle that I never anticipated. Discovering pickleball is an unexpected joy. I have always been an avid tennis player, but now find it too strenuous to play. Pickleball is a game that uniquely fills a niche between tennis and less strenuous games like lawn bowling or bocce ball. As people age and cannot play tennis, pickleball provides them with an activity they can play for a longer period of time in the years ahead. Another positive that pickleball offers is that a person can learn to play quickly and can start enjoying the game right away. As Stephen Hom, a fellow pickleball player, states, I truly believe that pickleball is good for the body, good for the mind, good for the heart, good for the spirit, and good for the soul. It is a social sport that brings active seniors together. I am in complete agreement with what Stephen has said. Pickleball is an addition and an attraction, which helps maintain Oakmont as a very desirable and active adult community.
Great, thank you. Eva McGinn, followed by Linda Octo.
Hi, I'm Eva McGinn. I live at Bellhaven Circle. I'm starting my 20th year here in Oakmont, and I joined Oakmont because of an active community. And I have been active. I'm in tennis, and I'm in lawn bowling, and now I enjoy the pickleball. And I figured that when I can't play tennis, it's a good sport to fall back on, although I'm enjoying it right now also. And I think that the proposed site is going to be good because it's right next to the swimming pool where all the little kiddies are. But I'm not complaining about that because I'm also in the grandparents club, so I love the little kiddies. and I'm just really enjoy. I think that I can fall back on this pickleball when I can no longer play tennis. Thank you.
Thank you. So, Linda Octo, followed by Jane Georgie. Thank you for the pronunciation help. Thanks.
Linda Onetto, I live in Oakmont, and this really is sad because this isn't really about pickleball and how all the pickleball proponents love pickleball. It's great. Pickleball is a great sport, but really what we're talking about is a site issue. And what I'm confused about is really why we're here, because at an October meeting, Noah Lyons said, we're going to look into alternatives. So please, board, give me more money so I could look at alternative sites, so we could look at alternatives options rather than the CAC. And I don't know about any options. I haven't seen any options or heard about any of those. And then one thing that was really interesting with Susie Murray's presentation was there was a regulation, and it said something about site planning for noise impacts, which we do know that pickleball is really high decibel and above and beyond the Santa Rosa limit. It says, for noise impacts, site planning is more desirable than visual solutions, but we're having a visual solution here with the screening and everything. So we're not really, so it's site planning. It's site planning. Where can we put pickleball that will make a difference? Quite frankly, pickleball people come up and say, realtors always say they're always asking about pickleball. Well, you know what? I've talked to realtors too, and they're not. The other thing is they bring up other communities that have pickleball. Those other communities that may have a site appropriate for it where the noise impact is not as great. Quite frankly, I don't think maybe Oakmont has the land for it. So that's my piece on that.
Okay, thank you. Jane Georgie, followed by Melissa Bowers. Okay, great. So you're Jane, right? Okay.
Jane Georgie, yes. Regarding the photo shown by the man in the red shirt over there, no parking spaces at 2:35. Pickleball isn't played at 2:35 in the afternoon. The proposed pickleball location is owned and located within Oakmont, not a Santa Rosa open space, and therefore it doesn't come under the section cited by Ms. Luini. Another location would equal a concurrent reduction of present recreational facilities at Oakmont. 25% of the recreational facility of tennis would disappear if Carolyn Betancourt's idea was to go through and convert tennis courts. And tennis is another well-established sport within Oakmont, and with 77 million baby boomers entering the 55 plus in the next 10 years, there'll be an increase in both groups of players. The location is fully vetted. We've met each of the city's requirements for sound, visual, and parking. I'm on the ad hoc committee, and we did consider the east and west rec centers as well as other pieces of land. They're not feasible. Airflow impacts, well, if that's true, I swim at the west pool, and that is surrounded by high walls, and it's still windy in there, so I don't see any airflow problem. There's no plans, but only discussion of the Burger Center, and that's everything from just repaint the interior to tear it down and build it back up again. So we're looking at 2 to 3, 4, maybe 5 years out before we see that. You've seen the sound and visual studies, the validity of which the opponents deny. Well, denial is a river in Africa. The location is currently severely underutilized. It will be the highest and best use of that parcel and adding to the health and well-being of all of us of the 55 and over group. I urge you to approve this permit.
Okay, thank you. Peter Copen, followed by Martin Johns. And I just found Gary Helfrich's card.
I usually have to raise these things. Hi, folks. Thank you for your willingness to serve on your committee and to listen to me. So I was thinking, what could I add that would be of value to you? Because a lot has been said that I support. And I would say there's really one significant thing that is not, I think, addressed enough in these presentations, and that the logistics have really been handled. You're here just to approve going forward with something that has already been approved by the OVA board. And what's missing for me is how important this is to people, because Oakmont is about people. It's not about a particular site. That's been handled. Nothing is perfect. Someone has to give up something, no matter whether it's bocce ball or tennis. But I'll tell my own quick story. I am one of those who couldn't play tennis or basketball anymore and kind of hit the senior wall of depression and all that, and realized I had to be with people, I had to be active, and that was the reason I went to Oakmont. And the pickleball has been life-changing for me because not only of the sport, because I'm a very sports-like guy, but because of the wonderful camaraderie of people that's consistent with the purpose of Oakmont. So I just wanted to share, this is not just about numbers, this is about the lives of people. The other comment I had in listening to some of the opponents is it's hard to understand how over 1,000 people could sign a petition like that, not knowing anything about playing pickleball themselves, obviously. It sort of reminds me of people making a prejudgment about eating chocolate if they've never tasted it. So that is somewhat of concern to me. And the last thing that I'd like to say is that because this is clearly a rising sport that makes a tremendous contribution to the, it's called See Me Now or See Me Later.
Got it, thank you. Martin Johns, followed by Al Medeiros.
Thank you for having us today. I moved from Ohio earlier in the year to Oakmont. I used to play volleyball there. There is no volleyball in Oakmont, but there is pickleball. And I've been very favorably impressed with how it's being conducted, how good it is, and I just wanted to share that with you. There are a couple of things I think that is particularly noticeable to me since I've picked it up. One is that people who play are very surprised how well they're able to adapt to it, no matter what their age group. It seems to be remarkably appropriate for a place like Oakmont. And the other thing that really impresses me is what a good time they have doing it. This is something that I think should not be minimized. It's hard to explain, but people really enjoy finding out that they can do this kind of thing and be relatively successful at it. I, like a lot of people, realize that there are a lot of pickleball courts in a lot of places, particularly older communities throughout the country. And I think for Oakmont, it's important to have that facility. I think if I was a non-pickleball participant in Oakmont, I would still want that to happen. And I don't understand how this kind of petition really happens. The other thing I would say is that if people, I can understand people being worried by change and things like that, and something different happening in the future. I'd just like to ask them to think if there's a little bit of noise associated with pickleball, it's the noise of people enjoying recreation at a recreation center in Oakmont. And I think that's a plus and not a minus. Thank you.
Thank you. Al Medeiros, followed by Connie Medeiros.
Hi, I'm Al Medeiros. I'm a longtime Oakmont resident. We've been here 7 weeks. One of the things we were looking for when we came to Oakmont was pickleball. My wife is an avid pickleball player, and it was very important that we find a place where she could play pickleball. And I'm working from home. My wife plays pickleball once or twice a day, 4 or 5 days a week. So I got to ask you, we need pickleball because if she's home all day with me, it could be disastrous to the marriage. We won't make it to 35. I learned a couple things today. Everybody here wants pickleball because all the people that came up against it said, oh, we really want pickleball, just not there. So put it somewhere else, even though it's been moved several times. People apparently go to the doctor's office for views. Now, I've never been to the doctor's office for a view, and I know that this might disturb somebody if they see a fence instead of grass, but get over it. Nobody's complaining about the commercial property around, just the pickleball court that isn't there yet, and that's why they're selling their house. And I've been to 2 board meetings in my 7 weeks. I got to watch people essentially threaten the board. You should cancel that meeting in December 10th in Santa Rosa because elections are coming up, and we might be able to stop this whole thing before the Planning Commission has to do anything. So I guess the board should be worried because their big salaries are at risk. And that's all I want to say. Thank you.
Thank you. Connie Medeiros, followed by Helen Wood.
Hello. As you heard, we've only lived in Oakmont for 7 weeks and are very happy being here. As you know, being a new person in an established community sometimes can be very, very difficult. But I have found that the pickleball group has welcomed us with open arms, and we very much appreciate that. I'm really in support of the pickleball courts. I think it's in our best interest of all of us that Oakmont remains as a competitive, active senior community. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. And Helen Wood.
Hi, I'm Helen Wood. My brother and my son came to visit from out of town, specifically to play golf with my husband. But guess what? Yesterday it rained pretty bad. So I suggested we play pickleball because I absolutely love it. And my son does too. My brother was totally opposed to it because he's a die-hard tennis player. My son's an excellent tennis player. We played in the rain for an hour and a half. And we switched sides. I won 2 and they won 2. And we we had so much fun. I just think it is so important to be active at this point in life. Even with all the design failures that start creeping up, we keep trying and we learn. And I think a lot more people would try it. They would absolutely love it. My brother sold. He's on his way to Santa Barbara to introduce his longtime tennis buddy who just had knee replacement to play pickleball. So I hope you do pass it.
Thank you. That's all the cards I have on this item. If there's anybody else that wants to speak, come on down right now and make sure you give your name for the record before you start.
Hi, thank you for doing this with us. I'm Jan Young, and I live in Oakmont. I wanted to address just one thing that has been mentioned a number of times by the opponents of pickleball, that they have 1,100 plus signatures. And I just want to comment on how those signatures were obtained by presenting misinformation to the people who signed, talking about 10-foot walls, talking about what it would cost, talking about how our dues would be raised. And so many of these people signed not realizing what and why they were signing. Thank you.
Thank you. Come on down.
Can you hear me? I'm Warren Johnson. I'd like to encourage anybody that hasn't tried pickleball to just come out and try it and see what you're against or opposed of. So give it a try.
Thank you. And you're coming in. Great. Good to see you.
My name is Wally Schulp. I've appeared before this august body numerous times in the last 8 years. And you better all retire because El Noca's back, so you're going to see me again in the coming years. But one thing I have noticed no one has really spoken about in this controversy in Oakmont, and that is the fact that our articles of incorporation say we're in business to provide recreational and club facilities for our residents. That's it, nothing else. Pickleball is one of the recreational items. It's the fastest growing club Oakmont has ever had in the 21 years I've lived there. The other thing is we are, like the United States, a representative democracy. Oakmont elects its board of directors. The residents do not have a say in anything that board of directors does. They may not vote on it. They elect the board to run Oakmont. The board members do what is best for Oakmont, or they don't stay on the board. They do not do things for a single resident or a single group of residents. They do what they think is best for Oakmont. And this is something you really need to know, that we are not allowed to vote on these things in Oakmont. It's up to the board. And if the board says this is the thing to do, it's going to happen in Oakmont as long as we follow all of the regulations of the city, county, and state of California. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else wishing to speak on this item? Okay, I'm not seeing anyone else come down, so I'm going to go ahead and close the public hearing. And I want to thank you all for being just so aware of the time constraints and really following the rules here. You've done a really great job. Okay, Mr. Lyons, you do have the opportunity to come down and speak to some concerns.
Thank you. There are just a few points that I made notes on. There were questions about the parking survey, and someone said that no opponents were invited to help do the parking survey. About that, if you tell people created by respected realm, have made clear that's not open space, but I didn't tie into just what effective size this is. When you think 4 courts, a lot of us hear court and we think tennis court, basketball court, the other kind of courts we may have played on. The total area for the pickleball courts, including the waiting areas at each end, adds up to slightly less than the space that would be allocated for one tennis court. And those are the only comments I have. I know that you will have questions for me and possibly for the support people we brought here also.
I have one that maybe you can answer, and then I definitely have some that are a little more technical that probably your team members might answer. But it was brought up a couple of times about the parking study not having taken into account the potential expansion of the center in the addition of the Meadows project. Do you have anything to say about that?
The Meadows is 45 homes added to 3,500 homes, so I don't think that the impact on that parking lot, which serves lawn bowling, the CAC, the pool, the burger, I don't think that's significant. The other development that is there that the blue signs are up right now on is a memory care unit, and we are told that most of that is a locked facility they will not be using. And even the assisted living people will not be Oakmont residents. The people in the Meadows are Oakmont residents. The others are not. Whether or not we have, some challenges with overflow parking, I don't, we've had problems in the past with employees of the Gardens parking there, and we worked with the Gardens, and pretty much that's not an issue anymore. So we'll, we still have the fact that when we did this, I don't think there's any other parking impacts that are going to affect a lot, if that's what you're asking.
Okay, and then another speaker brought up the impact to the Benson property, like overflow parking in the commercial area there. Do you know anything about that?
We don't normally use that. That's private. That's signed as parking for that building. I know there are people occasionally park there when they need to run in and out of the burger for something, but certainly on days when there's a big burger event, they actually put signs up to remind people, because they know that their lot then could get filled up if people didn't respect the fact that it is a private lot for those businesses. It's not for pickleball, not for petanque, not for the pool.
Okay. And then down the sight lines, the parking. Something a bit more technical might be in the noise study. A speaker indicated that they're, about the closest of the businesses, the hours of play, impact assessments, no measurement of pitch, and some of the supporting data was missing. So that might be.
I think those are probably things that Michael Till could.
Yeah, he can speak to those. Okay.
Good evening. My name is Michael Thill. I'm a principal consultant with Illingworth and Rodkin, and we prepared the noise assessment for this project. Did you have a specific question that you wanted me to
I'm
answer?
just looking at, I was writing down the comments and some of the issues that were stated, and one of the complaints on the acoustic report was that they said that documents were incomplete. There is a business 90 feet away, that's closer, the pool I guess is 80, and then that's the closest building. No measurement of pitch. So maybe just generally you could speak to those kinds of issues. Okay. We're probably going to have a lot of questions also, and I'm just trying to make sure the public's concerns get looked at first.
Sure. Everybody's definition of a study and what they want to see in a study is different. In our mind, the study is complete. It has sufficient data to make reasonable conclusions. With regard to the commercial land use, it's 90 feet away. We evaluated both the swimming pool area, which is 80 feet away, and the nearest residence, which is 105 feet away. So it's right in between those two. Okay. The commercial land uses are indoors, and noise levels are reduced by at least 15 dB being inside.
Okay. And I'm not sure who can address this, but one of the speaker was talking about the plexiglass barrier for the pool impacting airflow, increasing heat around the pool area, and concentrating chlorine in the pool area. Well, I don't know who answers that.
I'm not going to touch that one.
Okay. Do you know anybody who can? No.
I certainly don't have expertise to come from, except that, and I don't have the site plan real handy, but the plexiglass is going down one side of the area between the pool and the multi-use sports. So the open end and part of the other side still have plenty of adequate airflow, and there is, and I say it's only a 5-foot wall, so I mean, I don't see that it would be a problem. If it were, I'm sure there's other ways to solve the problem.
Okay. Thank you. And staff, I know you were probably collecting concerns too. Anything I'm missing here that we heard from the public that I haven't had addressed?
I think the one thing that I didn't hear about, there was some concern about the trees and construction.
Oh, that's it. Yeah, that's down here. Right.
And the hours of operation. Those were the two things that I heard that didn't come up.
Right, right. Okay. And if
Do you want me to talk about
whoever you can answer it, that would be great.
Well, I can say for the trees, there is a, I think it's an oak tree, and it's a nice oak tree on the south west corner of the proposed project, and standard conditions of the building permit would require, or the grading permit would require tree protection. However, we can add a condition into the conditional use permit or the resolution for the design review, which is where we'd normally see that, that would require some adequate tree protection. And then in terms of the hours of operation, the project has been conditioned that it will be open only from 8 to 7 p.m. or sundown, whichever is more restrictive depending on the time of year. But that doesn't preclude the Board of Directors out at the OVA from reducing those hours. So.
Okay, great. All right. So commissioners, do we have any questions of staff or the applicant? Who do we want to start with? Go ahead, Commissioner Gronica. We'll figure out who should answer it.
Just clarification. So questions of the applicants or staff, but not related to the people who just conversed with us.
Yeah, these are our questions now.
Yeah,
I think we covered the public's concerns, but I know we might have other more detailed questions, and so I think if we, Commissioner Dipple, go ahead. Oh wait, Commissioner Groningen does have a question. All right.
A couple questions that I have relate to acoustics and probably to the engineer and perhaps the applicant at the same time. Am I correct, I'll try and shorten this, in understanding the acoustical report, the engineer's report, that is it fair to conclude that the attenuated pickleball court noise levels would be significantly less than the existing unattenuated levels at the swimming pool and far less than the existing street noise generated in Highway 12?
So with regard to the noise levels at the swimming pool, with here, the mitigated noise levels, assuming an 8-foot noise barrier would be 46 to 47 dBA LEQ, and that's below the 55 dBA threshold. The average daytime noise level that we measured near the pool was 51 LEQ. So it would be below what we measured on an average basis.
And that 51 is existing?
Yes.
Okay. So since we have the acoustic expert here, questions for him, so we don't have people running back and forth. Any more questions on noise, acoustics? Thank you. Okay. Commissioner Dipple, you have a question?
Yeah, I think I have one for Susie.
Okay.
I want to make sure that everybody's clear that we're not making an indictment for or against pickleball, and we're not approving or denying a conditional use permit for a pickleball court. Is that correct? We are voting for a multi-use court.
It's a multi-use court that will be used predominantly for, or primarily for, pickleball. It's also in a site that's designated by the general plan as recreation and parks. And so...
Right, so somebody had mentioned volleyball. If I lived in Oakmont, how do I get, what if I started a volleyball club? How would I get it? I mean, it may not be up to us, but I want to make sure when we're voting on this, that we're voting on something that makes it possible for everybody in Oakmont to make use of it, or else we would vote for just a pickleball court.
In terms of the use and the city's permit, the volleyball would be permitted.
Okay.
They would still have to comply with the sound ordinance, and the board of directors of the OVA could limit the uses. I wouldn't recommend the courts for volleyball because it's a hard surface and you land a lot on the ground with volleyball. So.
Right, well, I would probably fall down anyway, whether it was soft or not. And who decides? Let's say this goes through, who decides what sports get to be played there?
We're calling it a multi-use sport, so I would say the types of sports that are played there would be left up to the board of directors.
The Oakmont board.
Again, all sports would have to comply with the noise ordinance stuff.
Okay.
So,
Is there anything preventing residents right now from playing pickleball without building the court? On the putting green, on the proposed site, could they play that on the grass area without building a site, without building the courts?
I would defer to the applicant team for that. They're the pickleball experts. No. You have to pay?
But it's not, it's grass.
Pickleball is played in a similar way to tennis on a hard surface. It's actually a requirement of the game. There are places where you have to let the ball bounce before you can hit it. It was one of the reasons the game was developed that way, to equalize seniors and kids and everybody in between. You can't go up to the net and slam it like you do in tennis. You either have to be back a certain distance from the net or let it bounce. So that's one way of saying you need to have a prepared surface, either asphalt or concrete, with lines on it that tell you whether or not you're in or out. You couldn't play pickleball on grass even if you put chalk lines.
Okay. Then that answers my question.
Okay.
I'll save comment.
Okay. And Commissioner Duggan, you have a question?
Like two questions, I think, for Susie. So can you just clarify some of the comments from the attendees mentioned bleachers versus seating areas, and I know it's conditioned to be seating areas, but can you tell us what the setup is and how many people maximum can sit in those areas?
It's not specified what the maximum seating is, but they have been conditioned to not allow bleachers. Right now it's called a spectator area. We've said benches are okay, bleachers are prohibited.
Okay. And also, say if down the road they did decide to demolish or significantly expand the Burger Center, would that come back to the city for review, and they might potentially have to expand the parking lot based on the additional size of that new building?
I don't know that it would require a new use permit, but it would certainly require design review. So the answer is yes. It may not come before the Planning Commission, but definitely the Design Review Board. If it involved an expansion greater than 10,000 square feet, or the zoning administrator for a smaller project.
But it could make it requirement that they have to expand the parking lot, the existing parking lot.
Absolutely. I would say that that's probably more likely than not.
Okay,
So,
all right, thank you.
Any other questions of staff? Any other questions of the applicant? Okay, so with that, we're ready to entertain a resolution for discussion. If somebody would like to move that.
Madam Chair, I'd like to move a resolution of the Planning Commission of the City of Santa Rosa making findings and determinations and approving a conditional use permit to expand the recreation area, including a reduction in parking for the property located at 6633 Oakmont Drive, Santa Rosa, APN number 016-110-037, file number MNP14-014, and waive further reading. Oh, and including the condition for the tree protection at the base of the oak tree, and waive further reading.
Second the motion.
Okay, that motion was made by Commissioner Duggan, seconded by Commissioner Gronica. It includes a friendly amendment. We sort of jumped over that, but that's okay, to that. And Commissioner Duggan, why don't you begin the discussion?
Okay. Well, I don't want to, I know like people are not going to be happy with whatever way we vote, some people here, but you know, we're only charged with land use decisions here. And as far as a land use decision goes, to me, it sounds like this is the perfect place in Oakmont to put these courts, because it's the central activity center, it's near the pool with the children, it's an open area that's underutilized, there's a parking lot available, it's got all, you know, it's also, I know that there were sound problems with where the temporary pickleball courts have been, the tennis courts. So I'm in favor of it.
Commissioner Dipple?
Well, I agree with Commissioner Dugan in the fact that even though we have it listed, we're voting on the project as a multi-use sports courts. The way it's planned out is I don't think you can play volleyball on it, and I don't think there's any other sport you can play on it. So, but that's not our decision. That's up to the residents of Oakmont to decide how it's going to be used. And if you don't like the way that the board is deciding, you need to get those people that signed the petitions and get them to vote them out. So as far as land use, I will have to support this. And again, to reiterate, we're not going to make everybody happy with our decision, but hopefully you'll be happy with the reason why we made the decision. And we gave it thought. And just from hearing some of the public comment, and maybe this isn't the appropriate place, but I hope you guys get along better. I mean, if you look at everything that's going on in the world, if your main concern right now is pickleball, you've got it pretty good. So I really hope that you as a community get together. So I support you guys all being active in the community. I just turned 55, so I may be your neighbor not too far in the future, which could be good or bad.
Okay, you're not supposed to clap when we talk either, so just saying. Okay, Commissioner Groninger.
I'm well more qualified to join Oakmont than you are, Hans, my age. And however, my understanding, and I was glad the question was asked, basically as to what the Planning Commission's responsibilities are. And I think Commissioner Duggan kind of characterized that well, too, that in essence, irrespective of how we may or may not feel about pickleball, my understanding is that we narrow the focus as to what the issue at hand, which is a conditional use permit for a minor conditional use permit, I believe, isn't it?
Well, it got elevated to us, so it's a condition.
Pardon?
It got elevated to us, so it's a conditional use permit.
Anyway, it's a land use matter, and the way I believe we're supposed to look at this is whether a project conforms to code and the various regulations, and in this case, be it acoustics, vision, or line of sight perspectives, parking, and the biotic questions as well. And I think in each and every case that the project does qualify. And so I'll be in favor of the project with one suggestion, which is not in the city's purview, but at least to have the owner, the homeowner, OVA, consider those who are closest, the residents who are closest to the site. If there's any way you can assist them, should they have continuing problems with sound in particular, offer them some assistance in resolving that. How that would be, I don't know. It's not my business, but I would like to see that at least considered.
Commissioner de Rosales-Clish.
Thank you. I just want to first thank everybody for taking the time to come and express their views for and against this. It's not often we get this many people in our chambers. Change is difficult for everybody, and I understand that. And I just want to say, as somebody who's just spent the last 4 years of my life going to law school, it's unfortunate that there's such a conflict in such a lovely community. And it would be nice to see them come together in a constructive manner. But as a planning commissioner, we're here. We have no authority over what the homeowners association determines. That's something that would have to be resolved through other means, your CCNRs, through the legal system, perhaps. But that's not what we're charged with today. There were 4 main issues that I saw: was parking, noise, visual, and then the dispute with the homeowners association, which I just addressed. The parking, perhaps there could be additional parking, but we have nothing to require that. Some of my co-members addressed the issue if the center expands, that perhaps at that time they'll require additional parking, which I'm sure they will want to. I understand the mistrust that took place, and perhaps next time something comes up, they can find a way to include parties of both sides, because I think that would reduce the level of conflict that we've heard about here. Noise. I do think that perhaps adding additional trees might mitigate some of that for the residents that live in that area, and then that would also help with the visual concerns. Additional trees instead of the plastic sheeting on the wall. I think once the shrubbery is grown in, I think it will probably look nicer than what is there now. But I think some additional landscaping might be a way to kind of make your opponents a little bit happier, and the homeowners that live closer. It'll help with the sound if they're outside trying to enjoy their backyards. The other issue that wasn't clearly addressed was the plexiglass on the pool. Looking at the maps, the pool area is larger in size, square footage, than the pickleball field court will be. So while I understand that there's some concerns, it's just not something that I could adversely vote on based on those concerns, because it's an open space. If it was an entirely enclosed space, then yeah, I would say look into that. But I think this would be an addition, and I'm going to be supporting it based on those findings.
And also, I will also be supporting the project again, because it does meet the land use issues. The findings have been made regarding the mitigations. And it really is hard for us to have well, maybe in particular, Oakmont come out divided, because we're really used to seeing you come out united for something. So this is very uncomfortable, and but our job is to take a look at the studies and to determine that the findings have been made, and they have. And so I'll be voting in support of the project. I do want to ask staff where and in what form we should insert language regarding tree preservation or protection during construction, whether that's a memo to DRB in here somewhere like we did with Austin Creek, or do we just put that in as a condition, and where?
We can add it into it as a condition on the conditional use permit, planning commissioner's conditions, and just add something to the nature of construction fencing will be provided under the drip line of all existing trees.
Okay, great.
Or threatened trees.
Okay. So we did have the resolution moved by Commissioner Duggan, seconded by Commissioner Karanka, adding that language to the resolution regarding protection of the drip line for the trees. Any other comments? Okay, your votes, please. And that passes with 5 ayes, Vice Chair Stanley needing to abstain and Commissioner Crocker being absent. And I believe that's our only resolution, and that concludes our business tonight. We'll adjourn to our January meeting. And again, thank you all for how you handled yourselves today.